Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the latest mission from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. I'm Will Robinson Smith. I'll be providing our commentary for the duration of this coverage. We are currently T-minus 4 hours, 4 minutes, 44 seconds and counting to liftoff of 4 commercial astronauts on a mission dubbed Polaris Dawn, the first in a series of 3 flights that make up the Polaris program, a venture that's a partnership between the mission commander of this particular flight, businessman and entrepreneur Jared Isaacman, as well as SpaceX, to advance technologies and techniques that will help advance accessibility not only to low Earth orbit, but certainly beyond as SpaceX pushes towards its goal of, quote-unquote, making life multiplanetary. The Polaris Dawn mission is targeting the first of 3 launch opportunities tonight. It's coming up at 3:38 a.m. Eastern. For those joining around the world, that is 0738 UTC. We are broadcasting from the Spaceflight Now News Bureau here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Joined tonight by our editor, Stephen Young, who's managing the technical operations of the broadcast. Our Adam Bernstein is out in the field getting ready to not only track the rocket, but do some still photography as well. Our Michael Kane has the evening off. That said, if you'd like to follow our launch photography team on their social channels, you can find them over on X, formerly Twitter. Adam is at ABurnNYC, Michael Kane at MD Kane Jr. And while you're over on X, be sure to follow Spaceflight Now, simply at Spaceflight Now. If you're not on X, you can also find us over on Threads as well as Facebook, simply by searching Spaceflight Now. We'll also be joined in tracking assistance for this Falcon flight by our friends Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions, as well as Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images. Of course, on your screen, you're looking at a Falcon 9 rocket, which has been patiently awaiting liftoff of this mission, sitting at the heart of historic Launch Complex 39A. This particular flight, with the Crew Dragon named Resilience on top, will mark the 14th time that SpaceX sends humans into orbit. With this launch, once it lifts off, SpaceX will have sent 54 people in total to space. Of those, there are 52 individuals. 2 men you see here on your screen, former NASA astronaut and current chief astronaut for the company Axiom Space, based in Houston, Texas. That is Michael Lopez Alegria. To his right, of course, mission commander for Polaris Dawn, as well as the former mission commander of the Inspiration 4 mission, Jared Isaacman, on his right. They are, once this mission launches, will be the only folks who have flown twice aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft. However, that will change in the not-too-distant future when this astronaut you see here on your screen, Peggy Whitson, another former NASA astronaut and Axiom Space Director of Human Spaceflight, she will also become a 2-time flyer on Dragon when she launches as the commander of the upcoming AX-4 mission. She previously commanded the Axiom 2 flight for Axiom Space. We are currently T-minus 4 hours, 29 seconds and counting. Winding the clock back, just about 30 or so minutes ago, we had a nice view. This video coming from our Adam Bernstein tracking the crew of the Polaris Dawn mission as they made their way from SpaceX's Hangar X site in those black Teslas, cruising on out to historic Launch Complex 39A, where they are currently just about to step into their suit-up process, getting in their extravehicular activity or EVA suits. Now, because this is a free-flying mission, meaning they are not docking to the International Space Station, and this mission only set to last for just a little more than 5 days, they are going to be launching and landing in those EVA suits. So the typical IVA suits are intravehicular activity suits, the typical SpaceX suits that you see NASA astronauts and cosmonauts don when they fly to and from the ISS. Those are staying on the ground, and they'll be using their EVA suits, of course, for the spacewalk coming up on flight day 3 of this mission, as well as, just mentioned, for launch and landing. We'll have much more to say about those suits and the spacewalk in just a little bit as we continue on here. As we begin our live launch coverage, certainly want to thank the more than 2,300 of you who are joining with us live as we kick things off. If you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button for us. It'll allow more folks to find their way into our live coverage, and we certainly have quite a bit to talk about over the course of the next 4 hours as SpaceX and the Polaris program teams prepare to launch these 4 astronauts on the beginning of their mission. We are also powered by a wonderful channel member community here on YouTube, so thanks to folks like Clever Girl, Corodad Pixel, Z-Laners Glasses, Jeff Hansen, Rick Donner, Patty Chichil, Bonnie Long, and many others. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop.spaceflightnow.com. Access to member-only videos here on YouTube, and of course the ability to watch all of our launch liftoff moments here at the Cape in 4K. Good evening to you, Josh. Hope you're doing well. Deborah Reese, hello, hello. Also want to thank our moderators who are going to be popping in and out as we continue on with our launch coverage. I see Callistia Lee is joining with us at this point, so be sure to keep a weather eye out for any of the other mods who happen to step on in throughout our launch coverage, including Astro Jen, Astro Joe, Stephanie B, and Rusty Shackelford. Want to thank Rick Donner for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that generosity, Rick. To our newest 5 channel members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Rick in the live chat if you haven't already. Last but not least, if you have a comment or question about this launch and the mission or any other happenings in the realm of human spaceflight or any other space activities, you can go ahead and use the YouTube Super Chat feature. Not only will you be giving us some interesting things to talk about as we continue on for the next 3 hours and 56 minutes, but you'll be supporting what we do here at Spaceflight Now, and that is always greatly appreciated, especially when it comes to big launch days like this, where it's taken quite a bit of people power to get this launch ready to go and give us plenty of things to talk about, things to look at over the next 4 hours. So any and all support is greatly appreciated. Speaking of support, our thanks to Space Pony for being a member for 26 months. Thanks for sticking around, Space Pony, who says, "Let's go, Polaris Dawn." And a thanks to Tim H for a $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Tim, who says, "Thanks for the great coverage." And a thanks again to Space Pony for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Space Pony, and a welcome aboard to our newest 10 channel members. To answer Gwen Parks with a $2 super chat asking where is this launching from, You're looking live at Historic Launch Complex 39A here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This is one of SpaceX's 2 launch sites here in the Sunshine State. The other, of course, is SpaceX's workhorse pad, Space Launch Complex 40 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That'll be used for another mission a little bit later in the week is the current plan. Talk about that a little bit later in the broadcast, though. Our attention, of course, for now remains squarely on Polaris Dawn with 4 souls who are going to be heading up on board that Crew Dragon Resilience at the top of the Falcon 9 stack. Speaking of those 4 crew members, I want to take a look at what they'll be doing over the course of the next little bit here. This is a series of photos captured by Polaris program content manager John Krause, and photographer known by a lot of folks here on Florida's Space Coast. He's been in quarantine with the Polaris Dawn crew throughout the time that they've been hanging out here. This is a look outside of the building where they will walk out and get into their Teslas here that you saw them drive by in the video we showed you just a little bit ago. It's Mission Specialist Sarah Gillis. You just saw Commander Jared Isaacman, and this is other Mission Specialist Anna Menon. Anna and Sarah are the first 2 SpaceX employees who will ride aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft and head to space for the very first time. They're also deeply involved with crew training, and so the information that they're gathering both on a technical level as well as on an emotional level throughout this whole experience will be an invaluable asset to them as they go on to train further crews for NASA missions as well as other private space flights, both docking to the International Space Station as well as other future free-flying operations like we are about to see with Polaris Dawn and like we saw previously with Inspiration 4. In fact, of course, each of the 4 members of this flight were closely involved with the Inspiration 4 mission, which launched back in September of 2021. Jared Isaacman was, of course, the mission commander of that particular flight. Scott Kid Poteet was one of the program directors for that mission. And of course, as we were just talking about, Anna and Sarah were involved with training that crew. Similarly, this particular mission is also raising funds in support of St. Jude Children's Research Center, something that Mission Commander Jared Isaacman has said and often recounts is an important part of this whole operation, not only to advance what can be done in low Earth orbit and beyond, but also to make sure that as leaps are taken forward beyond Earth, that we're taking care of folks back here on our spaceship Earth. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 51 minutes, 1 minute and counting, or 1 second and counting. At this point, the launch support teams are out at the pad getting things ready for the Polaris Dawn crew. They'll be working at the top of the crew access tower that you see there in the heart of your screen. Going out to the crew access arm and preparing the Dragon spacecraft for the Polaris Dawn crew to arrive and start the ingress process. Still a little more than an hour away from time when the crew is set to head inside the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 48 minutes, 23 seconds and counting. Taking a look at the live chat here. Want to, let's see, thank Leslie Daniel for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Appreciate that, Leslie. Chris Curry marking 4 months as a channel membership. Glad to still have you aboard, Chris. Says Polaris Dawn will ride high in the history books. Go Polaris Dawn, go SpaceX. Channel member Rick Donner with a $5 super chat asking, do we know when the first crew launch from Slick 40 is yet? Yes, we do. That will be, assuming no further changes, the launch of the SpaceX Crew 9 mission to the International Space Station, which will include now just astronaut Nick Hague from NASA, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. Reason being that former Crew 9 mission commander Zena Cardman and mission specialist Stephanie Wilson were removed from that flight to make room for, not entirely sure how they're still being referenced, but NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who were the crew who flew up to the International Space Station on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft as part of that crew flight test, and they will now return on the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft coming up in February. But the Crew 9 mission is set to be the first crew launch from Slick 40. That's coming up with a launch no earlier than September 24th. Thanks to Josh King for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships, to Chris Curry for gifting 1 as well. Appreciate both of you, and Leslie as well. So to our newest 11 channel members, welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. And thanks to Tim H for another $5 super chat. Appreciate that, sir. Well, as SpaceX and the Polaris program are getting ready to launch this mission into the history books, be remiss given the tie-in with the Falcon 9 to the Star Wars franchise, and given his weight not only to the sci-fi fan community but just to the entertainment world in general, we did not take a moment to mark the unfortunate passing of a titan in the theater community, both on the stage and the silver screen, Mr. James Earl Jones. As you can see from this screen grab from the Hollywood Reporter, sadly passed away at age of 93, but leaves behind an incredible legacy of both films as well as stage performances. A recipient of an honorary Oscar at the 2011 Governor's Awards, and received a Lifetime Tony Award achievement in 2017. James Earl Jones, of course, the iconic voice of Darth Vader in the Star Wars franchise. Those of my generation may also fondly remember him as the voice of Mufasa in Disney's 1994 film The Lion King, also returning for the CG remake a few years ago. But a prolific stage actor who's also had appearances in Doctor Strangelove, as you can see here on the screen, Great White Hope, Field of Dreams, The Sandlot. Overcame a stutter he developed as a young man to go on and become one of the most iconic voices of a generation. And as I mentioned, he was also quite a large figure on the stage as well. Such iconic performances as his role in the August Wilson play called Fences. So our thoughts here at Spaceflight Now go out to the family and friends of Mr. James Earl Jones, and we thank him for a lifetime of iconic work. and leaving a great legacy for us to remember him by. Taking a look at our live chat here. Now T-minus 3 hours, 40 minutes, 22 seconds and counting. Some folks talking about their favorite performances from Mr. James Earl Jones. Something original, the $5 super chat saying, Coming to America was one of James Earl Jones' best appearances. He was great in that. Rick Donner noting that he also played Alex Haley in the Roots miniseries. Yeah, if we were to just sit here and list his full filmography and all of his iconic stage performances, we'd be here all night and probably miss the launch. So let us know your favorite performance from him in the live chat. Oh, of course, Eric Scott, you know, mentioning one of my favorites that I was also didn't mention, but definitely worth mentioning is Driving Miss Daisy. He was also, of course, the voice of CNN for a time. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 39 minutes, 4 seconds and counting. Let's talk about the weather, since that has been such a big story for SpaceX and the Polaris program getting through to launch day today. Of course, following the first mission scrub when they had a ground systems issue, from then until now it's been a problem of the recovery weather, since the Polaris Dawn mission is a free-flying operation, not docking to the International Space Station. They need to have a good handle on the splashdown weather at the point of launch. Last time we had a launch weather forecast for this mission, this is what we were looking like. The recovery weather was not ideal, but the liftoff weather was not too bad. It was only 15% chance of violating weather conditions, but here's what we're looking at right now, according to the 45th Weather Squadron, and this forecast published earlier today. Well, I guess now it's just now Tuesday, since we are hitting midnight here on the East Coast, so technically yesterday. But a 60% chance of violating weather constraints, or in other words, a 40% chance of good conditions at liftoff. About 3 or so hours ago, about 8:45, SpaceX posted on X that the weather outlook still constant from what the meteorologists posted, still just 40% favorable for liftoff. However, they did not mention the recovery weather in their outlook, so hard to say with any certainty that we can read anything into that. I suppose you can either interpret that as no news is good news, or they just didn't mention it. But presumably the recovery weather is good enough that they're feeling comfortable moving forward with the launch opportunities that they have, starting with a liftoff at the earliest at 3:38 a.m. Eastern. They do have some additional backup opportunities if needed, though. Those exist at 5:23 a.m. Eastern and 7:09 a.m. Eastern. Of course, that is all assuming they have not started fueling the Falcon 9 rocket. Once fueling has begun, then they are committing to a particular T0. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 34 minutes and counting. Did have a question in our live chat as far as when the next launch opportunity exists if they're not able to launch tonight. That's 24 hours after this opportunity, so looking at a liftoff on Wednesday, September 11th, at the same times that they have available to them today. Those are 3:38 a.m. Eastern, 5:23 a.m., and 7:09 a.m. course, as they continue to watch the weather both at liftoff as well as splashdown, something that's been a watch item, of course, is the activity happening in the tropics right now. Take a look at this image from the this outlook from the National Hurricane Center was from 4 o'clock this morning. You can see there's a few different tropical disturbances, the most developed of which is over in the Gulf of Mexico. Fast forward to just a couple hours ago. This is what the current outlook looks like, the most recent published 7-day graphical outlook from the National Hurricane Center. You can see the storm that is closest to the United States has now dropped in its probability of forming within the next 48 hours, but the storm behind it has increased a little bit. We now have a named storm set to become a hurricane in Francine, sitting just beneath Texas along the U.S.-Mexico border there. Not too far from Starbase, actually, so hopefully the folks in that neck of the woods are taking all the appropriate precautions, and we'll keep them in our thoughts as this storm continues to push on. In fact, you can take a live look right now. This is a live picture from Starbase, courtesy of our friends Lab Padre. You can see Hopper down in the bottom right-hand corner, the newest Starship tower there on the left-hand side of your screen. About just a hair after 9 o'clock last night, as SpaceX updated with their latest weather briefing, the Polaris program retweeted, shared a picture of the crew saying, and I'll quote, "Good L-8 hour weather brief. The Polaris crew is ready to step into suit up and launch operations for a liftoff early tomorrow morning." We're currently now just about 3.5 hours away from the planned liftoff of this Falcon flight with Crew Dragon Resilience up top. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 28 minutes and counting. I want to thank a few more folks for your support. First off, thanks to the 2,600 of you who are watching with us live. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that like button to allow us more folks to find their way into our live launch coverage as we continue to roll along. Thanks also to Super Tech Boy for $1 and then a $2 super chat going into apparently my coffee fund. Appreciate that. This is definitely a caffeine-fueled evening / morning. Thanks to the Elvis for a $2 super chat. Thank you, the Elvis. Channel member Rick Donner marking 10 months as a channel member. Glad to have you with us, Rick. Rick asking, does the Polaris Dawn mission have any ability to extend their landing? In other words, the mission's set to last 5 full days and then splash down on the 6th day. So do they have wiggle room on the back end to extend if needed? I do believe they have some margin on the back end to push out if necessary, but exactly how much margin they have, not entirely clear. That's not something that was really thoroughly discussed in the pre-launch briefings. Thanks to Jan Trojanowski for a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jan. And thanks to Callistia Lee for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that as well. We're currently T-minus 3 hours, 25 minutes, 9 seconds and counting. Do want to just note for the record that according to their launch page, SpaceX was set to the SpaceX feed is now beginning, so we should be able to bring you some video of the crew getting ready to head out to the pad in just a little bit. This is their stinger or tease video that they posted a little while ago showing various operations of the mission, some glamour shots of that EVA suit. There's a pilot Scott Kidd Poteet. 4 members of the Polaris Dawn mission. We are currently T-minus 3 hours, 19 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. Taking a live look at the building where the 4-member crew will be walking out. These are the 4 members of the Inspiration crew that SpaceX is introducing. It's, of course, Mission Commander Jared Isaacman, who will be making his 2nd flight to space with this mission. He will be the commander of all 3 of the Polaris missions. currently T-minus 3 hours, 17 minutes, 54 seconds and counting. SpaceX appears to be having an issue with its broadcast going out, so we will pick up views from that when that connection is reestablished on their end. For now, though, we were talking about the crew flying on board the Inspiration 4 mission, so let's go ahead and continue on with that, with our own graphics. Mission Commander Jared Isaacman making his second flight to space, born in Union, New Jersey. He is the CEO of Shift4 Payments and the founder of that company as well. He has helped raise so far more than $240 million in support of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. He's the co-founder of the world's largest private air force, Drake International. And he is a veteran of so far 1 space flight, about to be 2, first flying on board Inspiration 4. Scott Kit Poteet will serve as the mission pilot for this mission. This 50-year-old was born in Chattanooga, Tennessee. He spent more than 20 years in service of the U.S. Air Force. Rose to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. He's had more than 3,200 flying hours on board several different aircraft. And he's amassed more than 400 hours of combat time during multiple deployments, operations, Northern Watch, Southern Watch, Joint Guardian, Freedom Sentinel, and Resolute Support. This will be his first trip to space. Sarah Gillis, one of the SpaceX employees who will be flying on board this mission, born in Palo Alto, California. The 30-year-old who is the lead space operations engineer at SpaceX overseeing astronaut training, who was raised as a classical violinist before studying aerospace engineering at the University of Colorado Boulder. And in fact, a couple of the experiments that they'll be conducting as part of the Polaris Dawn mission are from her alma mater, UC Boulder. She will also be making her first trip to space with this mission. Finally, Anna Menon, the other SpaceX employee flying on board this mission as the mission specialist as well as the medical officer, born in Houston, Texas, and inspired into working in the space industry from that time. She serves as a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, managing development of crew operations. Before she began training for this mission, she served in mission control during the Demo 2, Crew 1, Crew 2, Crew 3, Crew 4, and Axiom 1 astronaut missions. Before her time at SpaceX, she worked as a biomedical flight controller for the International Space Station at NASA. She was in that role for 7 years. In fact, her husband, also a NASA astronaut, will be training for an upcoming mission in the next several years. Taking a look right now of the crew of the next commercial astronaut mission that will be a free-flying operation. These are the 4 from the From 2 mission. This is a graphical representation of the development of the Dragon spacecraft in multiple configurations. That cupola version is what the Inspiration 4 mission flew. The docking adapter is what SpaceX has flown for the vast majority of its flights to the International Space Station, which allow it to dock to both the forward and zenith ports on the Harmony module. Taking a look at a graphical timeline of the events that have been happening leading up to this point, leading up to their suit-up room, where they've been since just about 11:38 p.m. Eastern, so coming up on an hour from now, or previously. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 11 minutes, 39 seconds and counting. At this point in the countdown, the Crew Dragon Resilience's hatch is open. I would just hear the call out that the pad is ready to receive the crew. So we should be coming out to the crew stepping out of the suit-up room in within the next 20 minutes or so. In this split screen on the right-hand side of these two boxes in the big box is the Crew Dragon Resilience at the end of the crew access arm here at Launch Complex 39A. The Crew Dragon Resilience is going to be making its third flight after previously supporting the Crew 1 mission as well as Inspiration 4.
Hours 10 minutes, and everything, as I mentioned, is going well. Just over an hour ago, the crew received their weather briefing. Currently, it's a 60% probability of violation. While the local winds are good, we're looking at scattered showers, thick clouds, possibility of flying through rain, and that's what's got the constraints as high as 60% violation. The good news is for the ascent corridor and around the world, conditions are looking better. It's actually the best weather forecast overall we've had since we started scheduling the launch. The challenge we have is a forecast has to predict good weather in the splashdown locations throughout the 5-day mission. And that's what's caused delays since late August up until this evening. Now currently at Space Launch Complex 39A, you can see there on the screen Falcon 9 and Dragon vehicles. They're quiet. The SpaceX ground support team, as we heard a minute ago, they're in the tower and they'll be awaiting the crew whose walkout is coming up. Now we're currently on schedule to launch at 7 hours, 38 minutes and 5 seconds universal time. We have the advantage today of nearly a 4-hour launch window. Now if we're flying crew to the International Space Station, our window would be 1 second long. We have a very short window to the ISS to maximize performance of the Falcon 9 based upon when the space station passes overhead. But Polaris Dawn isn't going to the ISS. We don't need to use a 1 second constraint. Instead, if we do have weather or an issue that might crop up and take some time to clear up, we can delay the launch up until about 11 hours, 15 minutes universal time. But as always with Falcon, once we start propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes, that will commit us to launching. If we had to hold the countdown at that point, it would be a launch scrub. We would not launch later in the window. But at T-minus 3 hours, 8 minutes and counting, everything is go for launch.
And a good update from SpaceX's John Insprucker. You're taking a live look at the Falcon support building, which is where we've seen walkouts from the Axiom crews for missions 1, 2, and 3. This is also where we will see the 4 astronauts of the Polaris Dawn mission walk out. They'll be greeting family and friends at a, of course, a quarantine distance. You're currently T-minus 3 hours, 5 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. We're keeping a close eye on this door as we await for the emergence of the 4 members of the Polaris Dawn mission, set to walk out imminently. The crew is set to arrive at the pad in just about 10 minutes, and granted the drive to the pad is significantly shorter leaving from here than it would be from the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout facility. It's about a 20 or so minute drive. This is more like a 2-minute drive, maybe 3 minutes in total. So a fairly short jaunt. And we see the crew walking out now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
SpaceX's 5th all-civilian crew to fly on Dragon.
Wow, they just look so cool, don't they?
They really do.
They came out with their visors down, which I thought was really awesome. Now they got their visors up. Raising the roof
Some
there.
nice dance moves.
4 on countdown. Crew walkout is on schedule.
Yeah, and you can see even just with how they're waving and moving their arms around, you know, really the IVA suits are not capable of doing that type of motion. So you can really see that even though the suits do look similar, as we've said, there's quite a few upgrades that have gone into these suits.
Yeah, I'm personally looking forward to seeing if the astronaut lean back move will look any different than what we've seen with the IVA suits. So yeah, at first glance, they might not look super different from the intravehicular suit or IVA suit that we've seen before. And oh, look at this great view of mission specialist and medical officer Anna Menon there on the far right-hand side of your screen. To the left of her is Sarah Gillis, also a mission specialist. To the left of her, but in a different vehicle, is our pilot, Kid Poteet. And on the very left-hand side of your screen, of course, is Commander Jared Isaacman.
This is like one of my favorite views, getting to almost be inside of the cars with them, but getting to see the crew in their suits. Again, they use these vehicles to help keep cool air flowing through their suits as well, so they can connect their umbilicals into these vehicles as they make their way to the launch pad. But they also get to listen to, hopefully, at least a song on the way to the launch pad. It's only going to be about
it's like
5
one
minutes.
song.
Yeah, pretty short playlist.
But they do get to pick, you know, even though it's a short ride, their one song that they get to listen to is chosen by each of the crew members. So.
And we're just getting ready to see the departure for, as you just heard from the SpaceX commentators, a fairly short 5-minute car ride over from the Falcon support building, the FSB, over to the pad and the crew access tower at Historic Launch Complex 39A. And as you can see through the windows, the vehicles are in motion. They're beginning to make their way out to the pad. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 2 minutes, 4 seconds and counting. Local time here is 12:36 a.m. Eastern, 04:36 UTC. Crew set to arrive at the pad in the next few minutes, as you're taking a live look right now of the convoy heading out. And there you can see the Falcon 9 rocket ready and waiting for them. Of course, weather will be a big deciding point for this mission as far as if they're able to go on time or at all this morning. As we heard from John and Sprecher, weather still just 40% favorable for liftoff. And so we'll be tracking those conditions closely as we continue on through the window. Just as a reminder for those who may be just joining us, or if you are just joining us, we'll go ahead and re-rack a little bit as we're approaching the T-minus 3 hour mark. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live launch coverage of the historic Polaris Dawn mission, set to be not only the first flight as part of the commercial Polaris program, but a mission that will be highlighted by on-orbit tests of the Starlink satellite internet system, seeing these 4 astronauts go further beyond Earth than humans have since the end of the Apollo program, as well as performing the first commercial spacewalk. You could see the license plates there on the Teslas not only have the wording for St. Jude, but according to SpaceX commentators, the artwork that's featured on them is actually from St. Jude's patients. They're now hooking back up into their cooling systems as they're preparing to take a look at their launch to space before heading up the crew access tower to the level where the crew access arm is situated. There's a button. We'll see if they're going to show it with these live pictures, but the very top level button doesn't have a number. I believe it just says going to space. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 58 minutes, 4 seconds and counting. They're cruising over at this point, getting ready to do what has now become a part of tradition here, to do the lean back and look at their rocket. These suits are a little more rigid than SpaceX's intravehicular suits. These EVA suits, which will be put through their paces during the spacewalk on flight day 3. A wave to the camera, an acknowledgement from Mission Control that the crew has arrived at the pad over on the loops. And they're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so they've got a little bit of extra time to take some photos here. Presumably that's John Krause there. Looks like he's sporting number 30. Working under the codename Snap. Some hugs and fist bumps between John and the crew, who he's been with throughout the training process over the last 2.5 years. Now getting ready to watch this crew head up to space, as has the rest of the SpaceX and Polaris program support teams. Looks like mission specialists Anna Menon and Sarah Gillis are first up the elevator. As mission commander and pilot Jared Isaacman and Scott Kidd Poteet, respectively, are hanging around on the pad deck, waiting for their turn to go up. Like the other astronauts who have flown to the International Space Station, see Anna and Sarah have come out of the elevator. They're preparing to make one last phone call around the corner here. Those arrows are an important part of the safety parameters here at the tower. Those will lead to the emergency egress system here at Launch Complex 39A, essentially a zipline system that if the crew and support teams needed to quickly get away from the pad, they would slide down a zip line, head away from the crew access tower. Different than the emergency egress system over at Pad 40, which is certified now to fly its first crew mission with the Crew 9 flight coming up later this month, I should say. We're already in September. It's incredible how time flies. Starting September 10th. This is one of the mission specialists from the Inspiration 4 mission. Let's go ahead and listen to his recollection of flying.
They still pay the phone bill, so it works. That's great. I chose not to call my wife because we had decided together that we had said our goodbyes after breakfast, and there was no need to kind of repeat that. So what am I going to do to make the most of this moment? Well, I had decided to pay it back towards my friend Kyle, who gave me the seat to begin with, and I was so glad that he kept his phone on. So when I called his number and they dialed it for me, and I picked up the phone and said, "Hey, Kyle, how are you doing?" And he just started cracking up. He was really excited that I gave him a call and said, "What are you calling me for?" And so, "Well, I figured I'd give you a call before I get launched off this rock." And he really appreciated that moment. It's another way to include those people that support you along the way. So yeah, I called my friend Kyle, and I think it was the right choice. I hope he appreciated it.
For me, that last phone call before leaving the Earth was something that I knew would be significant. And I'm in a situation where my parents have passed away. I'm divorced. I have no kids. And my first, idea was to talk to somebody who had influenced me, somebody that I looked up to. And so I asked to talk to Michelle Obama. And I was really fortunate that we had connections to be able to make that happen. But that phone call is a personal moment, so nobody else gets to share it. So instead of me having that phone call with Michelle Obama at that moment before leaving the Earth, where it would have been just between me and her, we moved it to the day before, so that my entire crew could have this experience of talking with her, which was the right decision. She was amazing. And then that left me with the opening of like, okay, well, who am I going to talk to? And I talked to my brother Langley, which was really great because I didn't know it at the time, but he has early onset dementia. And so this was very special to have that moment with him.
Well, and all of my kids fell in love with Langley and started calling him Papa Langley and spent a lot of time with him. He was absolutely fantastic with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I chose to call my mom, my brother, and my sister-in-law. And my brother and sister-in-law are actually aerospace engineers. And so they had been such a big part of my journey because after a long day of training, I would be studying and I would call and say, like, what does this mean? And it also really bonded us even more. It was just been such a special journey, all of us together. And then getting to talk to them from the launch pad. I remember my mom just telling me that she was proud of me. And then I just remember hanging up because it's kind of in that moment you shift from the day of launch. There's just so many exciting moments where you're surrounded by people cheering you on. But then after you hang up and you turn towards the rocket, you're just very mission focused. Like, okay, we're doing this now.
And those, of course, the 3 crew members in addition to Jared Isaacman on the Inspiration 4 mission. Taking a look down the crew access arm right now, as looks like Anna Menon on the right and Sarah Gillis on the left. They have trained now dozens of astronauts to make this final journey heading into their capsule. Now about to board the Crew Dragon Resilience for the first time as the actual crew members. Again, these are the first 2 SpaceX employees to make their flight to space. And like all the other commercial astronauts who have flown, they will sign around the SpaceX logo here in the White Room. Astronauts who fly on board as part of the commercial crew program sign around the NASA Meatball logo. Now currently T-minus 2 hours, 49 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. Local time 12:48 a.m. Eastern. Crew moving slightly ahead of schedule. You see here, looks like, I believe Jared Isaacman is on the phone now, as Anna and Sarah are preparing to board the Crew Dragon Resilience. The support team and the black suits are referred to lovingly as the SpaceX Ninjas, part of the closeout crew, who will not only help the astronauts get on board the SpaceX Crew Dragon Resilience, but also, of course, are responsible for making sure that the hatch is sealed. It's a good seal, and there's no, it's called foreign object debris or FOD anywhere in the seal, and so they'll go through a number of passes around the hatch before it is sealed, and they do a good leak check. Now you see Jared Isaacman on the right, Scott Kidd Poteet, the commander and pilot of the Polaris Dawn mission, making their way down the crew access arm. We know for sure that Scott or Kidd will sign the X since this is his first flight to space. We'll see if Jared will be signing the X for a second time. He did remark in a previous briefing for this mission that it did sign the capsule again that was used to train the Polaris Dawn crew. Signing for a second time. And it looks like Jared is gonna... Looks like he's signing again. So presumably he will sign at least one more time since he's set to be the commander of the second Polaris mission as well, which will, of course, launch from more than likely this pad, but potentially from Space Launch Complex 40, depending on the timing of everything. But the third mission in the Polaris program is going to be launching on a Starship rocket. That'll be set to be the first crewed flight of Starship. There you can see Sarah on the left, Anna on the right, within the Crew Dragon Resilience, being assisted by number 11 of the closeout crew. As we continue to watch the progress of the Polaris Dawn crew entering Crew Dragon Resilience, Jared Isaacman about to board the Dragon capsule now. Want to thank the now more than 4,100 of you who are joining with us live as we continue our coverage of the historic Polaris Dawn mission. If you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button for us, allow some more folks to find their way into our live launch coverage as we continue to roll on for the next 2 hours and 43 minutes to the planned liftoff of this mission. You can see all 4 members of the Polaris Dawn mission now inside their seats. From left to right, you've got mission specialist Sarah Gillis, pilot Scott Kidd Poteet, mission commander Jared Isaacman, and mission specialist and medical officer Anna Menon. want to thank a few folks for your support as we continue to track the progress of this mission. Thanks to Innovation Group Channel for a $5 super chat, saying, "Washing, wish all the best." Thanks, Innovation. Elvis Like for a $1 super chat. Thank you, Elvis. Also, another super chat from Elvis coming in just a few minutes ago, asking if we were going to show the crew going inside the Dragon. Well, as you can see, we just got those pictures here. Now taking a look at presumably a drone or a helicopter shot of the Falcon 9 rocket and the Crew Dragon up top. Also want to thank Alan Gable for a very generous $20 super chat. Appreciate that, Alan. Good to see you this evening / this morning. And Alan asks, will Dragons going to the International Space Station have 2 extra seats going forward? There, as far as we're aware, no current plans to outfit the Crew Dragon with additional seats at this time. There is physical space for that, and the Dragon was designed to fly more than 4 crew members. However, operationally for NASA missions heading up to the ISS, there are no plans as of now for them to nominally fly more than 4 crew members. I'll say the current exception to that is right now the Crew 8 Dragon, which is currently docked to the International Space Station, has been outfitted with a couple of sort of backup seats, if you will, that will support NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams in the unlikely event that there is an emergency on the ISS and they did have to evacuate. They would use the Dragon as their so-called lifeboat. And so if they had to make a departure now before the Crew 9 Dragon docks to the space station, that would be how they would leave the space station. Taking a look at some file video from SpaceX of the Draco thrusters on the Falcon, or excuse me, on the Crew Dragon spacecraft. This video from a docking attempt that you were just looking at, the International Space Station. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 38 minutes, 53 seconds and counting. We're preparing to bring you a special live interview in the next several minutes, so stand by as we go off comms for just a few minutes as we prepare that. And we'll be back with you with a conversation that you'll want to stick around for regarding the Polaris Dawn launch.
We're just over T-minus 2 hours, 36 minutes. We saw the crew ingress into Dragon less than 15 minutes ago. They're currently in their seats. They're going through the process of settling in. They're getting the tablets stowed, their umbilicals hooked up. They're going over the final preparations with the SpaceX closeout team that's both inside and outside of the Dragon spacecraft. Now, with the umbilicals connected and everyone complete with their initial setups, the SpaceX core, we ought to initiate a communication check with the crew. That'll happen somewhere in the next several minutes. We should hear that over the countdown net. Now, once those comm checks are complete and everybody has checked through Dragon, made sure everything underneath the seats of the crew is clear out of the way, and then the ground team backs away, the crew seats will rotate into a launch position, and then the SpaceX ground team will begin the work to close the hatch. That'll include suit leak checks, closing the hatch, doing hatch leak check, working our way through until what eventually becomes about T-minus 1 hour when everything's buttoned up and the ground support team heads out of the pad area and we count down to launch. Speaking of launch, right now the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9, is in a fairly quiet state. You can see on your screen Falcon 9 Dragon, crew access arm in position as we're counting down. Not a lot has been happening with Falcon 9 lately. The SpaceX countdown engineers, they'll be conducting some checks as we hit the 2-hour mark. They'll be going over mostly data that's been collected during checkouts over the past 6 hours as we started the master countdown sequence for the launch vehicle. Now, shortly before the T-minus 1 hour point in the countdown, we're going to evaluate conditions again, determine if we are go to continue towards launch. Now, that launch time is currently scheduled for 7 hours, 38 minutes, 5 seconds universal time, or the very early time of 3:38 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. So right now, it is early morning for the SpaceX ground support team, the launch team, as well as the 4 crew members on board the Dragon spacecraft. Now, also at T-minus 1 hour point, we load a small amount of the RP-1 fuel, the kerosene fuel that we use in the Merlin engines. That's a process known as engine bleed-in. The fuel is used to cool the thrust chambers before we burn it in the engine. We want to make sure that those engine walls that have fuel in them prior to engine ignition, which occurs at about T-minus 2 seconds right before liftoff. Propellant loading will begin at T-minus 35 minutes, and then we'll count down to 0, a standard Falcon 9 countdown. But before we get into propellant loading, we'll have a couple extra events. One's going to be the removal of the crew access arm. You can see they're stretched out from the fixed service structure. Nice shots from, I believe, drone or helicopter. And you can see the arm extended out, and right now the support team's at the end of it in the white room. We'll retract the arm. As soon as the arm's out of the way, it takes a couple of minutes, then the crew will arm the launch escape system on board the Dragon spacecraft. That enables the Super Draco thrusters, should we need them, both during the last half hour of the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX for umbilical comm checks.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, looking for a comm check from Commander, Pilot, MS-1, and MS-2.
Copy that, SpaceX. Commander, comm check.
Pilot, comm check.
MS-1, comm check. MS-2, comm check.
Core has you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Please report when you are ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. I will report when we are initiating.
As you just saw and heard, the Polaris Dawn crew members inside Dragon, they've completed their umbilical comm checks. There you see a view looking through the hatch into Dragon. You can see some of the crew inside their white suits, and then the black-garbed SpaceX ground support team getting out of the way right now as we get ready for seat rotations. Now, we heard the comm checks. That's umbilical. The spacecraft is hooked up through electrical lines And that's how they're getting communications up to the crew and back down to the core, the mission director, the launch director. And that comes through umbilicals in their suits. So they've got those hooked up, they've checked out, and so that's the landlines. That's one of the ways that the SpaceX mission and launch teams and crew can talk to each other. Now, once in space, we obviously don't have a long electrical umbilical or any physical connection to Dragon. So instead, to talk to the crew, we use ground stations and NASA's relay satellites. We'll be checking those out a little bit later in the countdown, and we'll bring that to you when that happens. Right now, the crew waving.
Dragon SpaceX, we are beginning seat rotation.
And here comes seat rotation. So the ground team out of the way, you can see the seats rotating into the launch position. This allows them to take the roughly 3.5 to 4 G's acceleration lying back. That makes it a little easier for the heart to pump blood up to the brain without having to fight the acceleration vector as we head up into space. First stage ride, pretty simple, 3.5 G's. Second stage, about the same, a little bit more, but something that's easily tolerated, and of course the crew's been trained on it.
Dragon, seats are in the launch position.
There you go.
SpaceX, we show safe.
Their seats have been rotated upright, and they are rotated from the upright position. They're now in that recline launch position. That'll also let them more easily see the displays, which are right in front of them, be able to access the displays panels, and of course, as we just talked about, tolerate the acceleration as we head to orbit. Now they're about to begin. Next step is initiating suit leak checks. Make sure the spacesuits are in proper working conditions before liftoff. We want to do that. Then we get into side hatch closure. We've got to make sure the seats are good first, because once we do the hatch closure, then we do a leak check of the entire spacecraft through that hatch. With that successful, as I mentioned, we've got some simple launch escape system checks, mostly just cycling through some conditions. The closeout team will then depart from the pad between T-minus 1.5 hours and 1 hour. And as I mentioned before, once we get through that launch propellant load and go for launch pull, we will then retract the crew arm. We'll tell the crew to close and lock their visors. They'll arm the launch escape system, and then we'll move into propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. The good news right now, T-minus 2 hours, 28 minutes, 35 seconds counting. The view there on the screen from the helicopter showing Falcon 9 and Dragon with the access arm in position. All systems continue to be go. The only thing we're looking at right now is weather. As we get farther into the count, that'll give us a little bit better idea. Currently, the ground winds are looking good. Upper altitude winds are looking good. The big thing we're looking at is just whether or
Dragon,
not...
you are go for 4.100 section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Copy that, SpaceX, tapping into section 2, 4.100.
We're getting really good comms talking to the crew. It's nice to hear, you know, the crew and the ground talking up to them. But as I mentioned, things are going good right now. Weather's the one thing we're looking at. We get a little farther in the count, we'll see whether or not we have thick clouds, whether or not we have an issue with rain showers. Keep fingers crossed. Around the world is ready to support the flight, but we've just got to get the weather. And like I always say, we all like to talk about the weather. We can't do a thing about it.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, John, and that has been such a tricky element of this mission so far is the weather. And it's not just the weather at Florida that we're looking at, it's also weather for where Dragon will splash down in 5 days' time. So these leak check.
Copy that, SpaceX. Stepping into section 4.
And welcome back to our live coverage of the Polaris Dawn mission. So far, things have been going smoothly. As you saw, the crew is now inside the Crew Dragon Resilience. Currently, T-minus 2 hours, 18 minutes, and counting to liftoff, as it is currently planned, weather permitting, of the Falcon 9 rocket and the Crew Dragon. And we are so fortunate right now to be joined by the mission director of the Polaris Dawn flight, Mr. Todd Erickson, call sign Leaf. So good to have you joining us this morning.
Thanks. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you. And so this is a mission that's been in the planning stages and training for more than 2.5 years. We've had some weather that has been scuttling things up till now. Before we talk about, the weather and getting prepared for tonight's opportunity, just what's it been like, pulling all this together, specifically with this team of folks?
It's been a great ride, right? We endeavored to do some challenging things on this mission. Setting a apogee record, eclipsing Gemini 11's apogee, trying to go above 1,400 kilometers. It's a place that Dragon was never designed to be from the onset, so that was a real challenge. The first commercial extravehicular activity, where we take Dragon down to a vacuum environment, place where it was never designed to be, designing new EVA suits from scratch to protect, the astronauts as they exit the capsule. So many challenges. And then on top of that, let's add Starlink laser-based communication, to kind of up the bandwidth in space. So it's been a series of amazing goals that, here we are. We're ready to go show the world that we're ready to do some amazing things and kind of take us to the next step in commercial spaceflight.
And obviously, as we've been talking about through our broadcast and in the days leading up to this, it's been the weather outlook for this mission. For a while, it seemed like the recovery weather was kind of the sticking point. How is that looking right now? I believe representatives from SpaceX have said still about 40% favorable weather for liftoff, but how's the recovery weather looking?
So both are actually looking great. We were, I'll be honest, that's been a real roller coaster over the last couple of weeks because obviously it is important to get a 5-day mission. We spent a lot of time and effort into prepping for this, and we've got a lot of, beyond the major things like the EVA, we have a lot of scientific experiments and so forth that we really want the full 5 days to accomplish. So that's kind of at the edge of weather forecasting capability right now. And there was just a lot of uncertainty over the last couple of weeks with some of the developing systems in the tropics. Actually, the tropical depression that's now in the Gulf that's going to potentially become a hurricane has actually been the game changer for us here in Florida, is that's really settled out kind of the weather in this area for recovery. So the launch probability is a little lower than we'd like it to, and that's really based on passing rain showers and potential thunderstorms as we come through. But we've got 3 launch opportunities today, and it looks really good that we're going to hit one of them. And that said, right now, as of our real briefing 7 hours prior to launch, all of the recovery weather looks good. We'll take one more look at it as the new models come in here right before launch. But right now, everything's go for today and go for a 5-day mission.
Excellent. And, one of our viewers had this question, and, since we have you here, I'll pose it to you, which is, with a mission that docks to the International Space Station, you've got, some extra leeway to say, if the weather's not great, the splashdown zone, you can stay on orbit for a little bit of extra time. Obviously different with a free-flying mission, but how much margin does the team have on the back end if they need to hang out just a little bit longer? What does that pocket look like for you?
Well, we go through a methodical, process that we've agreed to with the flight rules, where we did that before we were in the heat of actually trying to execute a mission, hence the delay that we're under, right? But we wanted to ensure that we had a high probability that we would, make 5 days, but then we also have 2 off-road evaluations to either come back on day 3 or day 4 if the weather and forecasts start to turn south. Right now we don't see that, and we're not going to launch if that was really a real possibility. We're launching on basically a 5-day mission right now, but we do have some off-roads there. And then based on consumables, there is margin that we built into the consumables, so we could extend beyond day 5 if that was absolutely necessary as well.
Well, and you just teed up my next question, which was, if you needed to truncate as opposed to expand the mission, you mentioned possible off-roads on day 3 or day 4. Given the time needed for the pre-breathe into the spacewalk, if that truncated mission were to happen, would the spacewalk then not be able to happen just because of the time in and the time out, or how would that change the outlook of Polaris Dawn in that case?
Right. So one of the big things, obviously, is the objective of the EVA. That's a major objective of the mission. So, one of the reasons we're really launching, right? So we've planned things that we will have an opportunity to do an EVA, even if we have to take an off-road on day 3. Now we would give up our backup EVA slot to do that, but we would still have a primary means to be able to accomplish that objective.
And just in getting ready for this mission, we talked about some of the objectives that you and the team have. I guess what in your mind has been maybe the biggest hurdle to surmount, whether it was, from a training perspective or a piece of technology that, finally came into the loop to get ready to say, we've got this box checked. I guess what was the most difficult for this team?
The most difficult has obviously been developing the EVA suits and the protocol, right? Because it touches all aspects of the mission. You're taking the Dragon capsule, which was never designed to go down to vacuum, and having to qualify all the systems and subsystems, to operate, in vacuum and then come back up once you repressurize. So that's kind of a major thing. Developing brand new EVA suits, which are different from the IVA suits, right? The IVA suits are an emergency system, right? They're designed to protect you in the event you had many other faults that got you to a point where pressurization was an issue inside a Dragon. It's a different mindset when you're now purposely bringing Dragon down to vacuum, and the EVA suit is the only thing to protect you. So it's a greater levels of redundancy, and it also needs to be functional, right? This is the prototype and the first step on making a new suit that allows you to work and operate and do meaningful things in space. So, it's one thing to, put somebody in a suit and keep them pressurized. It's another thing to make sure that suit is functional when you're there and you can actually do meaningful things.
And I know it's sort of looking a little bit further down the road, but for the second mission of the Polaris program, obviously the objectives of that are still being workshopped
Right.
and planned. But are there particular pieces of this mission that you're especially looking forward to seeing, how they work in practice versus practice versus practice? That you feel like are going to be especially important into moving into that second mission with the Polaris program?
Right. I mean, as you alluded to, the Polaris program is a series of 3 missions designed, to start where we are with Dawn and end up on the first human flight on Starship, right? And part of the objectives, our Starship is going to be our vehicle that takes us back to the moon and eventually back to Mars, eventually to Mars, right? And so there's a lot of things that need to, be developed, understood better, and wrung out before we're ready to take that 9-month one-way journey to Mars in a vehicle. So the EVA is a big thing. We're not done with EVA. This is not a one and done kind of thing on Polaris Dawn and then we're good on Starship.
Right.
It's the start of an evolutionary process. There are other key things that we're going to be able to need to do in space, right? As NASA has shown with the HLS program, we're going to need to dock and, put spacecraft together, and we're going to need to, service vehicles in orbit. That's a big thing that Starship is going to do. So there's a lot of pieces. What of those pieces makes it into the second Polaris mission is still, in discussion, right? Because we want to make the biggest bang for the buck. I mean, that's the other objective of Polaris, is we want to ensure that, hey, while we are expanding things and moving things forward in space, we're also not forgetting about, life back here on Earth and making it better. And so some of the stuff we're doing with Starlink, St. Jude has been a partner with us since Inspiration 4.
Mm-hmm.
Inspiration 4, we raised $250 million for, that amazing organization. And we're continuing that with Starlink. And the idea was what we're doing on orbit with Starlink communications is directly applicable back here on Earth, in that we are using Starlink in underserved communities. We've brought Starlink to some children's hospitals in the Philippines, for example. And now what used to be impossible for them is now possible, because they can see patients, they can upload results, they can have the experts at St. Jude in Memphis, Tennessee, look at it and evaluate and give a world-class, diagnosis. And so the benefits of what space is allowing for the betterment here on Earth is, we're just starting to scratch the surface. So that's a big piece of what we're trying to do on mission 2 and then continue on to mission 3.
And you brought up the Starlink demonstration in the pre-launch briefing. Sarah Gillis teased a little bit of,
yes,
what was to come with that, not offering too many details, but could this perhaps be a little bit of a tie-in with its benefit to St. Jude that we're seeing as part of the demonstration?
Yeah, I think it is, right? The Starlink is what cell phones were to the phone industry and communications, right? It's that next step. It allows with cell phones you didn't have to have a landline infrastructure everywhere. Now you have towers. It's much easier to bring phone service to remote and rural parts of the world. Starlink is doing that right now. Is that now you can take a Starlink receiver and go almost anywhere in the world and have high-speed internet capability, and all that brings from knowledge and connectivity to the rest of humankind. It's an amazing thing that's going to bring us closer together, and I think the demonstration you'll see on orbit is going to kind of hearken to that theme.
And I know you've got to get back to mission control in just a minute or two here. So last question, thinking back on the previous 2.5 years that you've had time to develop this mission with this crew, do you have a particular memory of that training process that kind of sticks out in your mind?
There are a lot. I think one of the most memorable parts for me was our first tests in basically what was the original basically low pressure chamber that was designed for some of the Skylab and Apollo missions, right? So we went
to Johnson Space Center.
At Johnson Space Center. We went to Houston, and really the idea was how do we minimize the pre-breathe and change the pre-breathe protocol to use a lot less consumables, and also make it more effective and not having to be breathing on pure oxygen for hours at a time before you actually go into an EVA. So that's one of the things that we were pioneering in this mission, is a unique protocol to kind of lessen that time, but also ensure safety and ensure that you do not get decompression sickness. So actually it was the crew plus 4 others of us that spent several days inside the chamber going through this pre-breathe protocol as they are going to be doing on orbit, and then it ended with some medical evaluations, ultrasounding your heart to make sure there's no air bubbles, and lots of interesting things. But it was just an amazing time where you got a real sense of what this mission is going to be about, but also it was a great time for us to kind of bond together as the crew and those supporting the mission. So one of many just amazing things we got to do. We were able to climb coat epoxy. Mm-hmm. One of the things that Jared is really adamant about in these missions is, it's uncomfortable in space, especially in a small Dragon capsule for 5 days. So let's get comfortable with being uncomfortable. So we all went on an expedition to Ecuador and actually summited coat epoxy at 19,346 or something like that without oxygen. It was an epic adventure, and it pushed our boundaries in a lot of ways. And that, once again, those are the things that bring you together as a crew and as a team. A couple snippets of just what has been an amazing journey. Once we light this rocket and get it off this planet, there's going to be some amazing things that happen, and we've got 2 more missions with Polaris that are going to continue to build on this. So it's an exciting time to be part of space. It's an exciting time. It's the second space age that we're seeing unfold in front of us, and it's just great to be here and be a part.
Absolutely, great to cover it. Leif, thank you so much for your time, sir.
You're so welcome.
Best of
I'm
luck
happy
with
to
the
be
mission.
here. Thanks.
Of course, Todd Erickson, the mission director for the Polaris Dawn flight, getting ready to launch
in now T-minus 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 23 seconds. We'll have much more coverage over the next couple of hours as the countdown continues to move forward. Hopefully, as we were just discussing, weather won't be an impediment to an on-time departure, so we'll have much more for you. So stick around. We'll be back with more commentary in just a moment. And welcome back to our ongoing live coverage of the Polaris Dawn mission. We are currently T-minus 1 hour, 53 minutes, and 13 seconds away from the planned launch of the Polaris Dawn mission. Of course, they will take a 1 hour weather briefing before they head into the fueling process. But the 4 astronauts are currently on board the Crew Dragon Resilience. And the man who's been documenting this whole journey over the last 2.5 years, standing by my side, who's still technically in quarantine, which is why he's masked up and we're still a little bit spaced out. This is Mr. John Kraus, certainly no stranger to those who are familiar with launch photography here on Florida's Space Coast. But John is the content director for the Polaris Dawn mission and I believe for the Polaris Dawn program sort of writ large, right, John?
Yeah. This is the first mission in a series of 3 missions, so there's 2 more ahead, and I'm looking forward to long-term coverage of this new era in commercial space.
And so, as I was just sort of teeing up, obviously you have, quite a bit of experience of, photographing the rocket at the pad, things getting ready to lift off. But how different has it been for you, being a part of this side of space flight? You have obviously experience going back to the Inspiration 4 mission, but, bringing that forward to Polaris Dawn, what's this process been like for you?
Yeah, so you mentioned Inspiration 4. That's where it all started about 3.5 years ago. I entered the contest to fly on that mission. Ultimately, I got like the best second place prize where I got to document it all. But what was interesting about that was I got the attention of Jared for the rocket photography, but there was 6 months of photographing people before an amazing rocket launch. I didn't really have experience photographing people, so I was frankly very nervous at the prospect of spending 6 months with these, 4 civilian astronauts and then the rocket launch, which is what I'm used to. But we hit it off right away. The I-4 crew, they're amazing people. They had an amazing mission. It was just a life highlight to get to do that. And that led into the Polaris program, which we announced about 2.5 years ago. So 2.5 years ago, we announced this. It's been that long, and we're under 2 hours away. So this is the culmination of a lot of work from the crew, SpaceX team, St. Jude, the entire Polaris team. So to be this close to launch is frankly surreal. Got to hug the crew for like the temporary 5-day goodbye, see you soon, just about an hour ago. And it's really about the relationship you form with the crew to develop trust with them to capture these exciting moments.
And obviously, being one of the last people to see them before they got into their Dragon spacecraft at the pad, what was that moment like, knowing that, these were folks that you've been with for the last 2.5 years, become close friends with them? Obviously, Jared for, even longer, through the Inspiration 4 flight. Obviously, they've all had connections to Inspiration 4, but in particular, as a crew, being that final goodbye moment, what was that like?
It's really hard to put into words, right? Because, this is a jam-packed week, jam-packed month with them getting here a couple weeks ago for the first set of launch attempts. We've been waiting for the weather to clear, and it looks like it just might. But there's just so much to do, so much to capture in these couple days and weeks that you don't really look ahead too far, because there's always what they say, like the near rocks, right, with the jet flying. There's always what's right ahead. So I didn't really think about that moment too much until it was like right there, and all of a sudden we're fist bumping. There's the brief hug goodbye, a couple of nice words exchanged, and see you soon. And I'm getting choked up just thinking about it. I definitely had a moment there where it was like, this is real. This is real. That's really all I can say. And it sneaks up on you. With any big thing in life, it's here, and we're hour 49 minutes away, hopefully. So.
Well, and given that we're this close, I'll make this my last question, because you've got to get ready to actually shoot the launch itself. Yeah. Looking back on this, training period and coming into these final days and weeks, when you've had experience with and thought about how you want to capture, not just the training sort of broadly, but the human experience of these 4 and also the people surrounding them. How do you sort of frame that, as a photographer going into each of those training opportunities? What are you looking for? What are you trying to keep your mind open to?
It's really just about telling the story of each unique event, right? So they've done scuba diving, they've done fighter jet training, they've done hypoxia symptoms training, centrifuge spins, a zero-G flight, and those are all wildly different things to capture from a photography perspective. For example, a zero-G flight, you got dim cabin, airplane lights, you got the crew moving, you have me moving with the camera, so there's all these adjustments to focus and exposure as they move about the cabin. That's just one example. Scuba, they're getting suited up in scuba gear and they're going in the water. I didn't go in the water for that one, so I'm focusing on how to capture them from the shore. fighter jet flights, dealing with glare in the canopy, dealing with backlighting because we flew in the afternoon. There's just so much that goes into each individual event that it's really hard to sum it up. But I really just want to tell the story of each event. You know, these are 4 people who have dedicated the last, 2.5 years to this mission. And in the case of Sarah and Anna, they've been at SpaceX for years before that. Kid as a fighter pilot in the Air Force, Jared as a pilot and businessman. So they all contribute their unique experiences together to each of these training events. And it's really just about telling those individual stories. And we can look back on 2.5 years of work in sort of one giant photo essay. And that's what I'm really proud of. And we have 2 more missions ahead that hopefully I'll get to document as well. So it's going to be a busy couple of years.
Well, Snap, we look forward to the photos that'll come out of that, and you can find those on the Polaris Program Flickr page as well as on the Polaris Program social media and John's as well. John Krause, thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much.
And of course, we are T-minus 1 hour, 47 minutes and counting to the liftoff of this mission, so don't go anywhere. We'll have much more live coverage and commentary of the Polaris Dawn flight. Stick around, we'll be right back.
We are currently T-minus 1 hour, 40 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. Appreciate Todd Erickson and John Krause for their time and their perspective on the Polaris Dawn mission. As we've been discussing throughout the course of the evening and certainly coming into this point in the early morning, weather has been a watch item for this mission, continues to be so. At this particular point in time, the pad is currently red for cumulus clouds, meaning if the launch were to happen right now, they would be unable to do so for the cumulus cloud violation. There's still an hour and 40 minutes, though, before the first launch opportunity. But as Leaf mentioned, this is also a 4-hour launch window. And so they do have 2 additional backup opportunities as long as they have not begun fueling. Those are coming up at 5:23 a.m. Eastern, 09:23 UTC, and at 7:09 a.m. Eastern, or 11:09 UTC. The next checkup on that will come in just under 40 minutes from now at the T-minus 1 hour mark, when they'll do another weather briefing and make a determination on if they're ready to proceed into fueling the Falcon 9 rocket, or if they need to punt back to the second out of the 3 available launch opportunities. Certainly appreciate all of you who have been hanging out with us for these past couple of hours. Thanks to the 4,300 of you who are with us live currently. If you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button for us. Allows more folks to find their way into our live launch coverage. That would certainly be greatly appreciated. Also want to thank a few folks for your support this evening. Thanks to Patty Chichil, one of our wonderful channel members, for a $2 super chat, saying thank you Spaceflight Now, and to all the mods. Much love and stay strong. Appreciate that. Michael Ferreo with a $5 super chat, saying so they need to wait nearly 3 hours strapped in there. Yes, they want to give plenty of margin between crew ingress and the point at which they start fueling the Falcon 9 rocket. So at this point in the countdown, the hatch is closed. The checkout and closeout team will have performed a leak check. We are coming upon, again, the next big item on the countdown will be the weather briefing at T-minus 1 hour. Now, weather briefing an hour out from launch is standard fare for a Falcon 9 rocket launch. Obviously, very important for this mission since weather has been a watch item in the recovery zone, as well as at the pad leading into past few launch opportunities. Once the Polaris Dawn mission launches, currently set for T-minus 1 hour, 36 minutes and 15 seconds, they will have 5 full days on orbit. During a pre-launch briefing, one of the mission specialists and the medical officer for the mission, Anna Menon, walked us through what the 5 days on orbit will look like. Let's go ahead and take a look at that, give you an idea of what the schedule ahead is going to be for the 4 astronauts of the Polaris Dawn mission. Stand by, we're just working a quick technical bug. We'll bring that video from Anna to you momentarily. So once again, this is crew specialist and missions medical officer Anna Menon.
You probably most care about what we will actually do on orbit. So we get to launch. We get into space in about 10 minutes. About an hour after getting there, we will start that pre-brief protocol that Sarah mentioned. We will soon thereafter raise to our peak apogee. And while we're there, we will be passing through the inner regions of Earth's Van Allen radiation belt. And that brings us to Flight Day 2. Flight Day 2, I will read the book I authored to my family as well as some of the brave patients of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And then we will lower to our cruise orbit. At that point, we will begin our spacewalk preparations. We will perform that mobility test. We will check out our spacesuits and we will configure the cabin. Flight Day 3 is EVA day. We will wake up, have several hours of preparations, including final cargo configurations, ECLIS checkouts, and preparing biomedical monitoring devices for the spacewalk. We'll don our spacesuits, do a suit leak check, and then perform the EVA. This entire thing will be live streamed, so please join. Flight Day 4 is the Starlink demonstration day. So we will have some checkouts and then perform a series of demonstrations as a part of that test. You'll want to stay tuned for this. And then Flight Day 5 is our final full day on orbit. We will be wrapping up all of that research that I mentioned earlier. We do have research weaved in every single day of the mission, but this will be our last day to gather as much data as possible for the scientists back here on Earth. Then we will begin our re-entry preparations, and that brings us to Flight Day 6. We will don our spacesuits, re-enter through Earth's atmosphere, and then splash down off the coast of Florida at one of SpaceX's 7 sites. When we get back, we will be recovered by the SpaceX recovery vessel, and then we will owe some time to science and research and reconnecting with our families, and then we will be looking forward to talking with all of you again.
And again, that was mission specialist and medical officer Anna Menon describing the time that she and her crewmates, Jared Isaacman, Kid Poteet, and Sarah Gillis, will spend once they arrive on orbit as part of this Polaris mission. We're currently T-minus 1 hour, 32 minutes, 11 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff. Currently T-minus 1 hour, 30 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. From a lightning perspective, currently there are parts of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and the Kennedy Space Center a little bit further south that are in a Phase 1 lightning watch. Not quite as constraining as a Phase 2 lightning warning, but certainly something that the launch teams will be watching closely as we get closer to that T-minus 1 hour mark and they prepare to do the final weather briefing prior to fueling the Falcon 9 rocket. Taking a look at the radar here and some of the other weather data that we're tracking the input of. Of course, some satellite pictures, you can see the hurricane. Here you can take a look at some of the Phase 1 lightning watches that we were just talking about, as we're now less than an hour and a half away from the planned liftoff of the Polaris Dawn mission. So of course we'll continue to keep a close eye on any further weather developments as SpaceX and the Polaris program proceed through with a count this morning, and let you know if things clear up on the cumulus cloud front as well. From a very non-official standpoint, it is a fairly calm night here at the press site for this mission, as we are just observing from across the press lawn here at the KSC press site. The winds are light at the moment, and it's a little bit hard to assess the clouds just because it's so dark here. Now T-minus 1 hour, 27 minutes, 2 seconds and counting. In order to prepare the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule for this mission, as we heard from Todd Erickson, going to be performing a number of operations that it never has before. The SpaceX team had to do quite a bit of work to make sure that the Dragon was ready to not only be able to perform the Starlink on-orbit demonstration, but also be able to be brought down to vacuum in support of the spacewalk, which, as you heard from Anna Menon, is operationally set to happen on flight day 3 if everything continues on track with the current schedule. So let's listen in to Sarah Gillis talking about some of the work needed to be done on the Dragon spacecraft in order to get ready for the Polaris Dawn mission.
So stepping into some of the spacecraft side modifications that were needed to actually accomplish this. One of the more substantial efforts was upgrades to the life support systems. This includes adding a lot more oxygen to the spacecraft so that we can feed oxygen to 4 suits through umbilicals for the full duration of the spacewalk. There have been upgrades and additions to the environmental sensing suite in the spacecraft to make sure we have really good insight both before, during, and after exposure to vacuum. And what you can see here is actually a new addition, an entirely new system, a nitrogen repress system. This is kind of a closeout shroud over 2 redundant nitrogen tanks that will be used to repressurize the spacecraft once we're complete with the EVA. With all of these life support system upgrades, obviously there's a ton of testing that needs to go into this. And that's both at a component level, but then also at a full-scale system level. So what you see here is the Dragon spacecraft actually going into a thermal vacuum chamber. And we ran the end-to-end sequence, both depressing the capsule, dwelling at vacuum, and then repressing the spacecraft using all the software, hardware, and integrated systems that we expect to use for this flight. Additionally, at vacuum, we performed a long-duration dwell on the interior at vacuum so that we could actually bake out a lot of the materials on the inside, remove some chemicals that would off-gas in the vacuum of space before we're actually in that environment. There's been a lot of addition of new mobility aids to support suited mobility in the spacecraft. So you're actually looking up through the top of the spacecraft here at what we call the Skywalker. And this is a new structure that's been added outside the forward hatch that we'll use during the spacewalk, both as a handhold and footholds for some of the testing we'll perform. There's also new handholds both around and on the forward hatch of the spacecraft for interior operations, as well as some new camera views, both on the mobility aid and the nose cone to capture footage during the spacewalk. The forward hatch has also been upgraded to include a motor to assist with hatch opening.
And our thanks again to Sarah Gillis for providing some insight into the upgrades and modifications needed on the Dragon spacecraft in order to support the Polaris Dawn mission. Currently T-minus 1 hour, 23 minutes, 42 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff of this mission. Again, there will be a 1 hour out weather briefing coming up in just about 23.5 minutes. And that will be an important decision point as to whether they are in good shape to start fueling the Falcon 9 rocket, or if they need to pivot to one of the later launch liftoff opportunities a little bit further into the window. As we continue to cruise on through the count, I want to thank a few folks for their support this morning. Our thanks first off to the 4,600 of you who are watching live. Appreciate you spending part of your time with us today. Our thanks as well to M. Teresa for joining us, the channel membership at the pad leader level. Thanks to Psychonaut69 for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership, and Callistia Lee for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. So to our newest 6 channel members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. If you haven't already, be sure to thank Psychonaut or Callistia in the live chat if you haven't already. Also want to thank CrewDog42 for a $10 super chat. Appreciate you, CrewDog, for supporting us at that level. CrewDog says, thanks Spaceflight Now team, best channel by far. We certainly appreciate those kind words. And Banjo1014 with a $5 super chat who says, I'm here at the KSC press site for the very first time. I'm excited to witness history and be a part of history. Go Polaris Dawn, go SpaceX. Well, that is very exciting. I'm glad you get the opportunity to witness a launch from this close of a vantage point. And, of course, the visitor complex often will support viewership opportunities as well over by the Saturn V Center, usually during their normal operating business hours is when they support launch opportunities there, but that'll get you as close as we are here at the press site to launches lifting off from pad 39A or just about. So a good public viewing opportunity for those who make their way down here to Florida. Currently T-minus 1 hour, 19 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. The spacecraft that the 4 members of the Polaris Dawn mission will take into orbit is the Crew Dragon named Resilience, preparing to launch for its 3rd time. Taking a look back on the legacy of this particular capsule, it first flew between November 16th, 2020 and May 2nd of 2021. That was the first full crew rotation mission for NASA and its commercial crew program. Crew 1 mission, you can see there with that 4-member crew at the training center in Hawthorne, California. And then, of course, Jared Isaacman's first flight was the 2nd launch of this Dragon capsule so far. Inspiration 4, lasting a handful of days during that previous free-flying mission. Now it's getting ready to free fly once again. Taking a look at our live chat here, want to welcome in Astro Jen, one of our wonderful moderators. Appreciate you hanging out with us and helping to keep things kosher in the live chat. Good to see you this morning.
Well, the clock is just inside T-minus 1 hour and 16 minutes, and we're continuing to count down to the first launch opportunity. Now, the Polaris Dawn crew, they're sealed in the Dragon spacecraft. We've done the comp checks, suit leak checks. They were successful. The side hatch is closed. It passed its leak check. And at T-minus 90 minutes, the ground support team has left the pad. So it's just the 4 crew members on top of Falcon 9 inside of 39A. Now, currently, the launch teams are not working any significant issues on Falcon or Dragon. The biggest thing we're watching right now is the weather. We're expecting another update in about 15 minutes. As mentioned earlier, we are red for cumulus clouds. The good news is the boundary layer is dissipating, and we are fingers crossed that the weather will stay more than 10 nautical miles away and give us a chance to launch right on time. Other weather, everything else is looking good. The ground winds are good. The upper altitude winds, we're releasing balloons that go up to 90,000 feet. That gives us structural information, wind speed, wind shear information. Nothing unusual that we're seeing there. So pretty much just fingers crossed, the weather officer will give us good news coming up at about the T-minus 1 hour evaluation point. So with that, Kate, we're just crossing our fingers for the weather.
And that was, of course, SpaceX's John Innsbrucker with an update on the weather. As you heard, still red for cumulus clouds right now, but it sounds like things are beginning to dissipate. So in the next 14 minutes and some change, we should have a better picture on whether or not SpaceX is able to move into their first launch opportunity coming up at 3:38 a.m. Eastern, 0738 UTC. Once SpaceX begins fueling its Falcon 9 rocket, it is committing to that T0 liftoff time, so they want to be sure that they've got a good opportunity ahead of them. If for whatever reason SpaceX and the meteorologists of the 45th Weather Squadron feel like it is not going to be a good enough pocket of weather, they do have 2 additional launch opportunities in the window today. Those are at 5:23 a.m. Eastern, 09:23 UTC, and 7:09 a.m. Eastern. That's 11:09 UTC. Also, it's just a bit of housekeeping to echo one of our moderators, Clistia Lee. We'd certainly appreciate it for those who want to participate in the live chat here. Realize we are in an election year here in the United States, but this is not a political channel, so we appreciate it if you could keep things to this mission, to spaceflight in general, and just be courteous of one another. And remember, every launch opportunity may be someone's first, so if someone asks a question that may be obvious to you but not so much to them, just go ahead and do them the courtesy of filling them in and treat them how you'd want to be treated if it was your very first launch. Currently T-minus 1 hour, 10 minutes, 19 seconds and counting. Just about 10 minutes away from the upcoming weather briefing that will determine whether or not SpaceX is in a good position to launch at the first weather opportunity, or the first launch opportunity if the weather is good enough. I want to talk about one of the main objectives of this flight, which of course is to perform the first commercial spacewalk in history. So to talk about those objectives and some of the goals coming out of that, we had the opportunity to speak one-on-one with Mission Commander Jared Isaacman about what they're looking for and some of the goals moving forward with these EVA suits. So this is part of our conversation with Mission Commander for Polaris Dawn as well as Inspiration 4, Jared Isaacman. And we spoke to him as he and the crew were at the Johnson Space Center back in July doing some final EVA suit training.
I mean, the primary objective is the suit is collecting data on the suit itself. So we have a three-phase suit test matrix from single-handed operations, translation, hands-free demonstrations, with and without disturbances as if we were using tools. So that is, that really, its primary objective is gathering data on the suit to inform design iteration. There is a Block 1.5 suit that's probably already in works, so we want to get feedback to it. And second is also gaining operational experience for SpaceX for EVA operations. I mean, right now that knowledge is limited to just just to a handful of government space agencies. There's a lot to it when you intentionally vent down a vehicle to vacuum. Now you own all the risks associated with that. So like decompression sickness, normally it would be NASA's flight surgeons that have 60 years of data passed down on how to manage those risks that SpaceX flight surgeons had to build up that knowledge to, and then put in place measures to mitigate those risks. Contingency operations, incapacitated crew members, those are all things that have only ever been trained inside like 2 or 3 facilities in the entire world. And if you do envision a future where there are, thousands of people, in low Earth orbit working on habitats, building space stations or on another planet, like those capabilities have to start to make their way through commercial industry. So primary objective for sure is about the suit to inform suit design changes. Secondary objective is the operations itself and what we can learn to improve upon it for the future. Ideally, working into a no pre-breathe state where people could truly put on a suit and exit a vehicle very, very quickly, as opposed to this, we have a multi-day pre-breathe, for example, on Polaris Dawn. So that's those are the objectives as it relates to EVA. This obviously will not be the last SpaceX EVA, so there's a lot to learn from it. And then in terms of just, I don't know, the visuals associated with it, right? I mean, I'm sure it's going to be incredible. I would have a hard time actually believing it could trump the view from the cupola on Inspiration 4. I mean, that was a monster window. And I mean, the views were incredible, and you had no idea where the glass was. I mean, we had to enter, the cupola on I-4 with our hand above our head, just because you had no idea when you were going to make contact with that glass. So that kind of tells you what it was like being inside it. So I don't know if the views could ever trump that, but I don't know, it'll be a different altitude, and I'm sure we're going to take some time to look at the world around us.
And again, that was Polaris Dawn Mission Commander Jared Isaacman talking about the impacts of the upcoming spacewalk that this commercial mission will have as one of the highlights of this Polaris Dawn flight. We're currently T-minus 1 hour, 6 minutes and counting, as we are just minutes away from the T-minus 1 hour weather briefing and getting an update from launch weather officer as to whether this mission is in a good position to move forward into the final hour before liftoff and fueling the Falcon 9 rocket. Currently T-minus 1 hour, 4 minutes, 32 seconds and counting. Just taking a quick step outside, there is a particularly thick cloud that seems to be hanging above the launch pad there at LC-39A. Of course, cumulus clouds is the weather item that currently they were red for as of last update from SpaceX's John Innsbrucker.
Just heard some comms from the core to the crew, letting them know that they will be cycling some air to equalize inside of the cabin. So this could be research to understand.
We're just pausing to listen in to that update between Mission Control and the crew on board, Crew Dragon Resilience. Less than 3.5 minutes away from the weather briefing here. As we are awaiting the weather briefing coming up in just a couple of minutes, reposition our cameras to give you an idea of what some of the lower clouds are looking like. Again, it's middle of the night, so showing you clouds is a little bit difficult, but you can see from the spotlights that are positioned at both pads 39A and B, they're able to reflect against some of the lower hanging clouds, so it gives you a bit of an idea of what SpaceX is looking at as it hopes to launch this mission in just a little bit more than an hour. Currently T-minus 1 hour, 1 minute, 33 seconds and counting. Again, that countdown is to a liftoff at the first available opportunity coming up at 3:38 a.m. Eastern, 07:38 UTC. That venting you're seeing is becomes standard about an hour out from a launch opportunity, so that's to be expected at this point. We're now T-minus 59 minutes, 53 seconds and counting. If they do broadcast the audio from the weather briefing, we'll pipe that in momentarily. Currently, SpaceX is talking about their Starship vehicle, which will be used for the third flight of the Polaris program, said to be the first crewed launch of a Starship rocket. This is an animation of on-orbit refueling. Of course, the 2 towers that they're working on down in the Starbase facility near Boca Chica Beach in southern Texas. It's, of course, an animated rendering of a future version of the tower. Here's the weather briefing.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, we are tracking some rain near the pad and still monitoring the cumulus cloud condition from earlier. We're going to be taking the weather decision down to T-minus 50 minutes, and in the meantime, evaluating system readiness for LES arm. With that, we're going to have you start section 5 of 4.100 and report when you are go for launch.
All right, copy that, SpaceX. For weather, you're tracking rain, and you're going to take this down to a T-minus 50-minute mark while you evaluate for LES arming. We are go to step into section 5 for LES arming preparation.
That's a good readback, Dragon.
All right, so quick update there for our Polaris crew, just continuing to monitor the weather, as we've been saying all evening. Unfortunately, just one of those things that we can't control. Now,
with that weather briefing, as you just heard, they are going to make another assessment at the T-minus 50-minute mark. That's 5 minutes before, in a crewed mission, the SpaceX launch director will make the call on the start of propellant loads. So,
Section 5, crews go for launch.
Copy. Crew's ready for launch. Thanks.
And great news there. Crew just confirming that they are go for launch while we monitor weather for T0 tonight. When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have...
Again, that was the crew just letting SpaceX know that they had stepped through one of their last items remaining, and so the crew, from their standpoint, is ready for launch. Of course, the real make or break is going to come down to the weather. As mentioned, there's some rain there near the pad, as we just heard. They'll have another assessment coming up in about 6 minutes at the T-minus 50-minute mark, 5 minutes before the SpaceX launch director needs to make the call on the start of propellant load. This video you're seeing here is footage from Flight 4 of SpaceX's Starship rocket. SpaceX is preparing for Flight 5 in the coming months, in which it will make an attempt to catch the Super Heavy booster following stage separation, and that booster will perform a flip maneuver and head back to the tower at Starbase, where the tower, nicknamed Mechazilla, will use its 2 support arms to catch the booster as it comes back and bring it down to the orbital launch mount. Another important step towards being able to reuse as much of the Starship rocket as possible, with the ultimate goal of both the upper stage and the booster being fully reusable with a rapid cadence. Currently T-minus 55 minutes and counting, 5 minutes away from the call on the start of prop load, and the pivot point for the weather here coming up in now less than 5 minutes. As we are awaiting the start of propellant load and the call on whether or not they're ready to step into those procedures, let's go ahead and talk about the countdown timeline that's coming up here and what we're expecting the next hour and some change to look like for SpaceX. That call on the start of prop load again is going to be coming up at the T-minus 45-minute mark. If the go-ahead is given for propellant load to begin, then the next step will be the crew arm retracting. That happens 3 minutes later at the T-minus 42-minute mark. Once the arm is fully clear of the Falcon 9 rocket, the launch escape system will be armed, T-minus 39 minutes. And then we step into a more familiar timeline of things here. T-minus 35 minutes is when propellant load begins. Starts with two events happening simultaneously. RP1, or rocket-grade kerosene, being loaded on board the Falcon 9's first and second stages, and liquid oxygen being loaded on board the Falcon 9's first stage. T-minus 30 minutes is when they start loading cryogenic helium on board the pressure vessels for the Falcon 9's first stage. Helium is used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. The same will happen in about T-minus 26 minutes on the second stage. T-minus 23 minutes, they'll conclude loading of RP1 on the second stage tank. It's followed up at T-minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds when the chill down of the strong back happens. Manifests itself as the so-called big vent, coming up at T-minus 20 minutes and 20 seconds. And that chill down process is ahead of second stage liquid oxygen load, which begins at T-minus 16 minutes. Just pausing to listen to SpaceX commentators for a minute, they were just noting that whether or not trending good for liftoff at the beginning of the launch opportunities here this morning in 51 minutes, but we'll know a little bit, excuse me, a little bit more once we get another weather update 2 minutes roughly from now. Countdown timeline continues T-minus 7 minutes when the chill down of the 9 Merlin engines gets underway. That involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps. T-minus 6 minutes, the first stage kerosene tank is full. And T-minus 5 minutes, again, a slightly different timeline given this is a Crew Dragon mission. T-minus 5 minutes is when the Dragon transitions to internal power. Then the strong back retract starts. Let's listen in for a second here. John Innsberger.
Do we think things may clear up in 51 minutes enough, keep the clouds, everything away more than 10 nautical miles from the pad? Or should we go to the second T0, which is at 9 hours, 23 minutes universal time, just under a 100-minute delay if we have to wait? They're asking the LWO questions. We have the propellant load and launch go-no-go poll coming up at 50 minutes, or at 45 minutes. So everything's coming together right now. So we're going to listen in just a little bit more and see whether or not we roll the dice and proceed to zero, hoping that the little cells that are popping up dissipate in 20 to 30 minutes and give us a clear launch to space, or if we decide we're going to delay a bit.
Yeah, we knew going into the countdown today that the probability of violation of, of the launch weather rules was 60%, i.e. only 40% favorable. So we knew that there was a chance here, but in the event that, you know, the clouds parted, or rather just stayed away out of those 10 nautical miles, we wanted to try and take advantage of the opportunity if it presents itself. So we're keeping our fingers crossed and really hoping for that opportunity. And of course, you know, we're talking about launch weather, but something that we've been looking at for the last couple of weeks is not only the launch weather, but also the booster downrange recovery weather, as well as the ascent phase abort scenario weather patterns. Want to make sure that if Dragon, for some reason, has to activate the launch escape system during the ascent phase, that all that weather along that corridor is clear. And the weather 5 days from now to make sure that there is a viable path for safe crew return when their mission is done. So it's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot to look out for. And again, we are trying to make this call prior to propellant loading starting on the vehicles. That will be important for us to be able to hold if we decide to go to the additional T0 opportunities that we have. We'd like to make that call before we start loading propellant.
Exactly. So we're now under T-minus 48 minutes. We are standing by for the final update from the launch weather officer. We're hoping that we get the okay to proceed into propellant load. This is such a great view. It reminds me of Tron, really. This view with the crew access arm illuminated from the interior. I love daytime launches, but there is something even more futuristic about the nighttime launches.
Operators proceed with 18.85, propellant load, go, no go, pull.
And just a quick note, launch director telling the team to proceed with the go, no go pull. Car's going to talk to crew now.
Dragon SpaceX for weather update.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we're still watching weather. It seems that the T01 opportunity is going to have the best chance of getting us to a launch today. So we're going to be pressing into the propellant load. Go, no go, pull.
And copy that, SpaceX. And just for good readback, we are presently no-go for weather, but we are stepping into the prop load pull.
And stand by, Dragon. We're just confirming.
Yeah, we're coming up on T-minus 46 minutes. They've made a determination to continue on, betting that the weather will be go in 46 minutes from now. We heard Core bring it up with the crew briefly. We're waiting now for the directions from the launch director to the launch team for the readiness for propellant load and launch pull. Currently, they are continuing to talk with the launch weather officer, but it looks like if you look at the upcoming T0 or the next one in about 100 minutes, it's about an equal opportunity. So we're going to move into propellant load, it appears. Now, right now, the launch director should be polling
and
electronically.
Dragon, for awareness, we got one more radar scan. We're evaluating this radar scan.
7 members.
We'll get back here.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're standing by.
Yeah, there's some discussion on the WeatherNet about a cell to the northwest and whether or not it's exceeding constraints. Completed if we do continue with the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX, we're getting meteorological input that we should waive this attempt given the last radar scan. So we're going to pause the clock here and move to our second T0.
That's SpaceX, and we are standing by for the second T0.
So as you've been hearing, quite a number of moving parts here as they're trying to perform this song and dance with the weather. It sounded like for a moment here that the first launch opportunity was going to be providing the best chance for a T0 liftoff.
The weather was iffy. If it would clear in time for the original T0.
2349 UTC. And LD, that's 09:23:49 UTC. That is correct.
Launch director confirming the planned new T0, 09:23:49, I believe, universal time. That would be at 5:23 a.m. on pad 39A.
And the clock is counting to 09:23:49 UTC.
As you can see on the webcast screen now.
Dragon SpaceX launch T time has been moved to 09:23:49 Zulu. Stand by for seat rotation, after which you will remain in the capsule with the side hatch closed. Please confirm when you are ready for seat rotation.
Copy that, SpaceX. New T0 09:23:49, and we'll get back to you on that seat rotation. Again, we're ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. We will report when initiating.
And as you've just been listening into communication between the Polaris Dawn team and SpaceX Mission Control, the decision has come down to forego the first launch opportunity at 3:38 a.m. They are rotating the seats within the Dragon capsule that's set to start imminently. Actually, you can see that here. Let's go ahead and bring this up full screen. At one point, it sounded like the opportunity for that first launch moment was going to be the best bet from a weather standpoint, but there is a pesky cell, from the sounds of it, to the north that was just too close hanging around for the launch weather officer to feel comfortable moving into that launch opportunity. Did hear confirmation that seat rotation is about to begin momentarily. So they are rotating their seats back into the orientation that they were when the crew got back in, or got into their Crew Dragon vehicle as they await the new T0 launch time. The way that their seats were rotated previously would have put them in a more heads-up position that you see them at during launch and during the ascent. This just makes it a little more comfortable for them while they're awaiting the new T0 opportunity, and now the crew is just kind of settling in for the wait, as we are now just about 2.5 hours away from the next launch opportunity, which, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, is T-minus 2 hours, 25 minutes, 51 seconds, and counting. In other words, that's at 5:23 a.m. Eastern, 09:23 UTC. If for whatever reason they are not comfortable with that launch opportunity, they do have one more bite at the apple in this launch window coming up at 7:09 a.m. Eastern. It's 11:09 UTC. listening for a little bit more of an update from SpaceX.
To a vertical position, give them a little more comfort. They will remain inside the Dragon capsule as we continue to count down. Everything is good for Dragon, as well as for the Falcon 9 team. We had not begun loading propellant into the Falcon 9, and so we were able to hold the clock and wait till we get closer, and then we can resume the final checks and the propellant load of Falcon 9. Hopefully, fingers crossed, for a launch coming up in 2 hours and 24 minutes. The weather throughout the early morning in Florida, as I mentioned just a moment ago, it is dynamic conditions. The concerns we had were not winds. It was twofold. A shower was passing over the launch pad that was just had rain in the ascent trajectory, but we expected the rain shower to dissipate. The bigger problem is there are frontal boundaries north and south of the launch site, and we were then seeing cells popping up, and that made us a little concerned that they may still be around at T0, and we would then have had to scrub for the day. So the good news is we are still counting down for launch. We're going to wait 2 hours and change and see how things go. And with that, Kate, Atticus, Jesse, we got close,
so close,
but we're still here with another chance.
Yeah, but yeah.
So, of course, you've just been listening to explanation of the weather outlook.
Go, Dragon.
Yeah, SpaceX, just wondering when we should expect a reset on our T0 clock.
That's in work, Dragon. I'll let you know when we have that updated.
Yeah, Core just working through some housekeeping
And cut that, SpaceX.
with the Dragon displays.
For those who may be just joining us, we are currently T-minus 2 hours, 16 minutes, 21 seconds and counting. SpaceX has re-racked its T0 opportunity for this mission due to poor weather at and in proximity of the launch pad there at Historic Launch Complex 39A. Taking a look at this photo that our Adam Bernstein captured of the area. The exposure adjusted a little bit. You can see a little bit more clearly the amount of clouds and the rain that was a little more prevalent from this picture over LC-39B, where NASA will launch the Artemis missions, but close enough to be problematic for Pad 39B as well. So SpaceX looking at their second out of 3 launch opportunities today. They do have another if they have not begun fueling and need to pivot to that backup opportunity as well. Taking a look at our live chat, want to thank one of our wonderful channel members, I am Lita, for a $5 super chat. Appreciate that, Lita. Says, hey Will, team, mods, and launch pals. Holding on for a launch tonight. Appreciate you guys. We are certainly holding out hope on our end too, and fingers crossed that things will improve enough to support an opportunity for a liftoff in a little more than 2 hours from now. As we are continuing to track the progress of this mission, again, SpaceX's third and final launch opportunity coming up at 7:09 a.m. If SpaceX does need to pivot to that third and final chance, that will be just about 4 minutes after sunrise here on the East Coast. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 10 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. As part of the Polaris Dawn mission, in addition to conducting the first commercial spacewalk using EVA suits developed by SpaceX, they'll also be performing a series of science experiments, about 34 of them, from researchers around the country, I believe some internationally as well. In the run-up to the mission, we had the opportunity to speak one-on-one with the mission pilot, Scott "Kid" Poteet, about some of the science that he's in particular looking forward to conducting. And so let's go ahead and listen to part of our conversation. This is mission pilot for Polaris Dawn, Kid Poteet.
There's definitely one that comes to mind. Again, I like a challenge, and the procedures for this one is certainly challenging. We've had to do it several times, but it's an airway assessment. So back to understanding how the body functions in space, we're also, we did it with Inspiration 4. We proved that space is accessible to it should be accessible to anyone and everyone. With that comes a population that is typically not your typical astronaut. You got to address certain healthcare concerns, issues, and prepare that for when we load up a Starship full of 100 plus passengers and launch these to low Earth orbit, to go to the moon, to eventually go to Mars. How do you deal with things that are inevitable? And God forbid, it's a medical triage situation. You got to do your ABCs. You got to assess an airway. Simple things like the shape of your throat, it will change in space under microgravity because of the fluid shifting happening, and the gravity is not pulling on you like it typically does. So simple airway assessment, triaging. You need to incubate someone. You might need different instruments to accomplish that. So one of the experiments that I'm participating in is an airway assessment. So we're taking this endoscopic camera, nasal cannula, that's going to go down our nose and down the back of our throat to take images. And we'll do this before flight, during flight, and after flight. And you're assessing different measurements and different images to see what the changes are to your airway, something that we haven't done before. Another example is like a CGM for diabetes, glucose monitor. We're seeing how it functions in space, because someone who has diabetes will eventually go to space. So you got to be able to plan for that, and that's a big focus of our mission.
And so that was the pilot of the Polaris Dawn mission, Scott "Kid" Poteet, talking about some of the science that he's looking forward to conducting during the mission once it's able to launch. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 7 minutes and counting. Want to thank a few more folks for their support this early morning. Our thanks to Megatron John, love the name, the $5 super chat, who is playing some Kerbal Space right around now, saying it's a good time to pop open that game, and given the additional wait time, I would have to agree with that. And thanks to Rumraj MGV for 20 rupee super chat. Appreciate that support. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 2 minutes, 54 seconds and counting. We are about 18 minutes away from the original T0 liftoff time, and as you can see at the pad, if you look at the light there, which is illuminating the Falcon 9 rocket, you can see the rain falling fairly steadily. One of the items of concern for launch weather officers with the original T0 liftoff time, and why they've punted now to the backup opportunity within this window, the first of two in reserve, coming up at 5:23 a.m. Eastern. You're taking a look at the Skywalker, which is the addition added to the Dragon spacecraft in order to support the commercial spacewalk that's going to be happening on flight day 3 of the Polaris Dawn mission. This is a rendering of the Starlink demonstration in conjunction with the SpaceX Crew Dragon Resilience. We'll use a laser link in the trunk to connect to the Starlink satellites. This is the Starlink terminal inside the Dragon capsule. Taking a look at the mission animation for this Falcon 9 flight. The booster supporting this mission will be flying for a 4th time with this mission. Previous supported the launch of the Crew 8 flight earlier this year, as well as 2 Starlink missions.
We used a few hours ago to bring the crew up and the view up on top of the fixed service structure. We do have that light rain shower that we're talking about. Actually, right now, we would be at about T-minus 3 minutes, and the weather would be red. So the good news is when we made the decision to pause the countdown and go to the second T0, we avoided what would have been a scrub right now. Because as you may recall, once we begin loading propellant onto the Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes, you're committed then. You've got to get down to 0 and launch, or you're scrubbed for the day. Now, we did not start propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. A little bit of a status refresh. We got down to T-minus 44 minutes and 30 seconds approximately, and we called a pause or a hold in the countdown. We had just finished the electronic poll verifying that the Falcon team was go to load propellant into the Falcon 9, but we did not actually get that far. All evening or early morning, as the case may be, at Kennedy Space Center, we've been watching the weather. The launch weather officer had advised the team that a frontal boundary had come ashore in Florida. That was creating scattered cells that would pop up and occasionally violate the cumulus cloud rule, or in this case, as we just saw with the pad deck view there, or up on top of the fixed service structure, we were getting rain showers with rain higher up in the atmosphere than we would be allowed to fly through. So we continued to count down, fingers crossed, heading for that first T0, which was planned for 7:38 Universal Time. Inside T-minus 1 hour, it was still very uncertain whether or not the weather would cooperate for that first T0. The team took the decision down as far as they could inside of T-minus 50 minutes, trying to get the last little bit of information. But just as we thought we were going to press on and go with the original T0, we saw a cell pop up on the radar map that exceeded conditions. We looked at that and decided to go ahead and hold the clock. We heard the Corps then go back up, talk to the crew, tell them that we were held, and then we recycled to the second T0. Now we have 3 T0 opportunities. The first one is now passing us by as we get ready at 7 hours and 38 minutes Universal Time, 10 minutes from now, and that would have been a scrub. The next one that we are aiming for is coming up at 9 hours, 23 minutes, 49 seconds Universal Time, just under the 2 hours you see there on the countdown clock. There is a third opportunity if we need it at 11 hours, 15 minutes Universal Time. The problem we have is the weather is still uncertain enough that the team can't make a decision whether the second T0 or the third T0 is the best one. We're going to continue counting down, obviously, as you can see on the clock there. The scattered rain showers we see, those should clear out of the way. But we most recently had another no-go condition pop up. The surface electric field, essentially the measure of how the atmosphere is electrically charged, has violated criteria. We're going to continue to watch that. We think that one will clear. Primarily, we're continuing to worry about the cumulus clouds and the possibility of having to fly through rain on the way up the northeast coast of the United States as we head into the orbit at just over 51 degrees inclination. The Corps has talked to the crew on board Dragon. The mission director for Dragon, they have done their readiness polls. We've also checked with the SpaceX Falcon 9 team. They are go. Also, it appears that the next T0, there is no proximity warnings or concerns with any orbital satellites. Sometimes you have to move a launch window a minute or two if there might be a conjunction in space. Right now, it looks like we don't have any of those issues. The big question will be whether or not the weather is going to be go at the next T0. The other plan that we have is while we are in this hold for a little while, this is giving the Dragon and Falcon launch teams a chance to rotate people on and off console, take a few minutes break. It's been a long early morning for the team. Everybody continues to have backup support. So, we're ready to support anything that may come up, but we are giving the crew a chance to refresh. The next major event is we continue asking the launch weather officer, what's the forecast look like? What's the forecast look like? The next big one coming up will be at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, just over 22 minutes from now. That's when Dragon is going to rotate the seats back into the launch position. The crew right now is sitting upright inside the Dragon that you can see there. The crew access arm, and there's a view of the crew in their upright posture, and then we'll rotate to horizontal into the launch position to get ready. That'll be a little later in the count than we had done it the first time around, but that's fine. The hatch is closed, leak checks, everything is copacetic and Dragon. So they'll get ready in an hour and a half and go back into the launch position in their seats. We'll continue to bring it down. We'll get inside T-minus 1 hour where we'll do another evaluation on what the launch looks like. And then fingers crossed, we'll be able to press past T-minus 45 minutes and get into the prop load at T-minus 35 minutes. So everything continues to look good. One reminder, the only people on the pad right now are the Dragon crew themselves, the 4 people inside the Dragon. You can see that crew access arm. The seals have been deflated. They're retracted. All of the handholds are out of the way. Everything's been cleared. The only thing really waiting for everybody is ideally we get inside 45 minutes so we can retract the arm. So nobody's going back out to the pad right now. All the vehicles are cleared off. So we're going to just continue to give you status updates as we go along. But Kate, yeah, hopefully the second T0 is the winner. The first one turns out the weather is red right now and we wouldn't have been able to go.
Yep.
And a good series of information from John Insprucker from SpaceX as we are continuing to count down towards the second launch opportunity for the Polaris Dawn mission, coming up in an hour and 50 minutes. The next weather briefing coming up in just about 20 minutes from now, T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes. Before we get there, want to give you just a brief overview of the Polaris Dawn mission through our conversations with the crew. So as we await that next weather briefing, let's go ahead and take a look at this mission overview that we've put together for the historic Polaris Dawn flight.
Of the more than 600 people that have reached orbital space, less than half have performed a spacewalk. A commercial astronaut mission called Polaris Dawn, though, aims to add a few more to that list.
It's been 2.5 years since we announced the Polaris program and Polaris Dawn. It's been a really exciting journey of development and training.
Entrepreneur Jared Isaacman is the mission commander. He's making his return to space after first leading the crew of Inspiration 4, the first entirely commercial astronaut mission, back in 2021. He and his Polaris Dawn crew will fly that same Dragon, tail number C207, nicknamed Resilience, through their 5-day mission.
We spent the last 2.5 years together really becoming a family as we got ready for this mission. Now, we all have very interesting ties back to Inspiration 4. In the case of Kid, even prior to that, we built a lot of trust during that mission. I think that allowed us to really hit the ground running, and in combination with all the great people at SpaceX, really accomplished a lot over the last 2.5 years.
Before the crew arrived at the Kennedy Space Center on August 19th, Spaceflight Now spoke with each of them, one-on-one, to learn more about their own journey to the mission and what they're bringing to the table.
I remember in kindergarten taking home all these color-like picture books of the space shuttle. And I was just totally enamored of space. I wanted to go to space camp. Nickelodeon, all the commercials were about space camp, it felt like. So I don't know, it was there. I definitely at some point, and I don't know if it was my parents or otherwise, just someone telling me, hey, it's odds aren't great. Every kid wants to be an astronaut. And I kind of gravitated more towards the aviation track, thinking it was as good as it was going to get. And it is great. Fortunately, times change, and now, the dream of going to space in like a commercial capacity is real.
That dream became a reality when Isaacman, the founder and CEO of Shift4 Payments, bankrolled the Inspiration 4 mission, designed in part as a fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Similarly, Mission specialist Anna Menon says it was a 4th grade field trip to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas that sparked her imagination when it came to space.
We got to experience a day in the life of an astronaut as well as a flight controller in mission control. They split us up as a class, and each one of us took on a part of the team, both in mission control and the astronauts on the space vehicle. And then we flew the mission together. And then later in the day, we swapped sides and played the opposite role.
That glimpse into mission control operations led Menon to spend 7 years as a flight controller herself at NASA.
I served to help our astronauts on the International Space Station by supporting the medical hardware and software that they used. That means that, my goal was to help keep them safe and healthy and have a successful mission at the end of the day. I was able to really lean on this background when I moved to SpaceX. My job at SpaceX has been to work in crew operations development. That means that I, with my team, help put together all of the different operations that our astronauts do in our spacecrafts. I try to put myself in their shoes and think through how do we use our hardware and software, everything available to us in the spacecraft, to fly, to do everything we need to do in space safely and successfully. That is everything from how do you put on your spacesuit in space to how do you respond to an emergency such as a fire or rapid depressurization.
One of those astronauts may be her husband, NASA astronaut Anil Menon. She says being open with her family has been an important part of preparing for her first mission to space.
Our family believes in open communication, and so we talk with our kids. My husband and I have really open communication about all of the details of the mission and how we are preparing. I have sat down with my kids and talked them through like what the time leading up to launch will look like, what the mission will look like, how mommy will come back down, splash down and give them a big hug, and try to help them wrap their heads around the details that will be coming into their lives soon. And then my husband and I also really have, the great joy and privilege of sharing this love for space together. We've worked side by side through so many chapters of our careers together, and I feel so privileged to get to share this journey with him too. And so, we continue to talk about everything going on and, work hard as a family to make sure that everyone is ready, both mentally and physically, for the journey ahead.
Menon is joined on the Polaris Dawn mission by fellow SpaceXer and mission specialist Sarah Gillis. But unlike Menon, space wasn't always at the core of Gillis' life.
I was not raised as an engineer. I was actually raised as a musician. And it wasn't until high school when I met former NASA astronaut Joe Tanner, who was a professor of engineering at University of Colorado Boulder at the time. And my brother actually had an engineering or a science for non-science majors course where Joe was a guest lecturer. And I went with him to that course and started talking with Joe afterwards. And I had to put together a senior project, and Joe actually was very kind and gave me his contact information and went out asking if anybody was looking for a high school intern type concept that I could work with someone. And he came back and said nobody was interested, but that he was totally willing to help me put together a project.
Gillis ended up as a student at CU Boulder as an aerospace engineering major. As a full circle moment, she'll be working on 2 experiments from the university as part of the Polaris Dawn mission. One of them is called Triggerfish.
This contact actually has an integrated pressure transducer in it. And so when we put them in our eye, we're able to get a continuous readout of intraocular pressure. Historically on ISS missions or on spaceflight missions, they're capturing that data, but they're using a pressure probe that contacts the eye and gives you a single data point. So there's not like a history or a look over time at what's actually happening with pressure in the eye. So this should be a really interesting look at how our intraocular pressure changes shortly after we arrive on orbit and kind of what process happens from the intraocular pressure perspective as we're adjusting to the microgravity environment. So it should be pretty interesting to see what comes out of that, but they look really fun. They kind of look like a cyborg eye, so we have a lot of fun when we put them on.
Along for the science and other aspects of the Polaris Dawn mission is Scott "Kid" Poteet. He's a retired U.S. Air Force lieutenant colonel with more than 20 years of service and 3,200 flying hours. Poteet works alongside Isaacman as the vice president of strategy at Shift 4 and was the mission director for the Inspiration 4 mission. He's also an elite runner who completed 15 Ironman races and will do his 16th this fall.
It's just part of my life. My wife runs. We like to spend a lot of time together running. We've kind of passed it along to our kids who are big runners. And I really think it's important for spaceflight. Going into that type of environment is not easy. It's very austere. There's a lot of changes to the body that you experience when you get to microgravity. And that's where we've kind of focused a lot of our science and research, is to be able to see how the body handles the microgravity, the weightlessness. You're not using your muscles, your tendons, your ligaments like you typically do on Earth. And if we're going to start extending durations of these space exploration missions, you talk about going to Mars, it's 8+ months to get there, the duration you're going to spend there, and then the return trip. That's longer than any human has been in space. So we got to solve some of these challenges, and that's what Polaris Dawn is all about.
Poteet openly acknowledges that he doesn't have the spaceflight experience of Isaacman or the SpaceX knowledge that Menon and Gillis bring to the table, but he says his time in the Air Force gives him a good operational background that complements his crewmates.
I'm very thankful for that background. It provides me an opportunity to have the skill sets necessary to be able to handle, contingencies on space. So, we fly fighter jets, and that is a good training tool for us to prepare for space. It's us working together as a team in a fairly risky environment, working through contingencies, working through checklist procedures. Communication is challenging, with the mask you're wearing and talking to different agencies and formations. So those are all skill sets that I've been able to help train our crew with. And then on the flip side, they've helped me learn the systems of Dragon and the Falcon 9 rocket and get me up to speed so we can take on these more challenging objectives.
They're putting all of their individual skills and backgrounds together for a mission that will last a little more than 5 days. In addition to lots of science, the crew will be hitting a few big objectives. One of those includes going further than astronauts have traveled since the Apollo days and exposing themselves to the Van Allen radiation belts.
If you are moving into the unknown, you are going to have to take some risks because there are unknowns. But fortunately, there's a lot of smart people between NASA and SpaceX that have done the analysis, that have done the testing, that gives us comfort that we can take steps in the directions that we are with Polaris Dawn in a safe way as possible.
Isaacman and his team spent the past 2 years doing extensive training, which included going to extremes like mountain climbing, scuba diving, and flying jets. He says the Starlink technology demonstration they'll perform was a big driver of the timeline to launch.
This is kind of one of the benefits of our mission taking 2+ years to get to this point. And you'd think a lot of it was the suit development, which it was, but a lot of it was the Starlink program as well. It has become more and more integrated into the vehicle. So initially, it was a very scrappy approach to test Starlink. The actual laser, the laser link is built into the trunk. So they went through all of the analysis associated with that to ensure it was safe throughout all phases of flight, including a launch abort. And then they've already, what's installed in our trunk is already obsolete in good SpaceX form. There's several other generations ahead of it. And it has been integrated into the avionics and systems of the vehicle so that at some point in time you are able to use it as a primary method of communication for telemetry, commanding of the vehicle and such.
However, the part of the mission that has understandably taken center stage is the first commercial spacewalk in history.
Dragon, SpaceX, successfully checks. Dragon has initiated cabin venting.
It will be performed on the 3rd day of the mission, with the entire Dragon capsule being brought down to vacuum. Isaacman and Gillis will each exit the vehicle, one at a time, with the help of a hand and foot railing apparatus called the Skywalker, as seen in this animation.
Primary objective for sure is about the suit to inform suit design changes. Secondary objective is the operations itself and what we can learn to improve upon it for the future. Ideally, working into a no pre-breathe state where people could truly put on a suit and exit a vehicle very, very quickly, as opposed to this, we have a multi-day pre-breathe, for example, on Polaris Dawn.
Gillis spent much of her time at SpaceX working on the Crew Dragon in its original form. She says taking the next step on behalf of the company means a lot to her.
It's been so cool over the last 2 years to almost start that process again. Like it's a different development program where we're adding an entire nitrogen repress system into the spacecraft. We have to make sure there are the right mobility aids to support a crew member performing the EVA. It's been really, really cool and really special for me, given my context on why the Dragon is the way it is. But now getting to actually help develop a brand new spacesuit and test how it integrates into the spacecraft and how it actually can support a spacewalk. So that's been something that's really, really cool for me to participate in the last 2 years. But I think most interestingly is then what is that actually like in space? It's end to end. You know, we started from design concept through to actually experiencing that on orbit. And so I'm really, really interested to see what we learn doing the EVA, what ways we need to modify our training for future spacewalks. But it should be really interesting to see that full design evolution come together.
Some of the training for the spacewalk involved developing special harnesses to simulate microgravity during movement both in and out of the Dragon training capsule. They also spent 2 days in a vacuum chamber at NASA's Johnson Space Center in order to validate the pre-breathe protocols they developed for the mission. Some of the final suit training came when they went back to the Johnson Space Center in July in order to do more testing with the final version of the suits in an historic vacuum chamber.
I think you feel the same as you do the entire journey preparing for this mission. Is like you're just so fortunate to be able to be a fly on the wall, you know, to all the history being made around you. And I really mean that. I mean, it's no different than, you know, the Mercury, the Gemini, the Apollo astronauts who used these chambers, which is they were one component of an army of hundreds of thousands of people then, you know, tens of thousands now in our case, that go into making this possible. So you just feel really fortunate to even be there. And you try and make the most of it. I mean, then there's probably a few hundred people that have prepared for months, literally, for the vacuum chamber runs that we just did. And we just got to make the most of all their efforts, you know, get good data out of it and, you know, be willing to do whatever it takes to make sure it was a worthwhile effort.
As he and his team make final preparations for the mission, Isaacman says this first chapter in the Polaris program has been an emotional roller coaster.
It's interesting. There's a lot of emotions, I'd say, going into this. I mean, for sure, there's just tons of excitement, enthusiasm, because you know you're in the home stretch. And every day you're checking off another important box, another major milestone is complete. I mean, just yesterday, Kid and I were, you know, in the vacuum chamber. It was a 7-hour operation to give, you know, final confidence in our suits, you know, going into the launch, and that's a major milestone that's now, you know, getting completed. So you know it's going to happen, and it's approaching. The other, you know, side, which makes it very bittersweet, is that this has been my family for more than 2.5 years, and I know what it's like when the mission comes to an end. You've reached this incredible high, and then, you know, it's kind of over. Now, the friendships, the relationships never end. I mean, you have a bond like you wouldn't believe, but, you know, it goes from a very big high to a low. So I'm trying to share that experience with my crew of, you know, we had to make the most of every bit of these last couple weeks, you know, and all the memories associated with it, because, you know, this incredible journey we've been on is coming to an end. Now it comes to an end in a pretty incredible way. This is what we've trained for, but yeah, there is some bittersweet elements to it.
Reporting for Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson Smith.
And you've been watching our mission overview of the Polaris Dawn mission, as we are currently T-minus 1 hour, 33 minutes, 27 seconds and counting to the second out of 3 available launch opportunities for this flight. Coming up in about 3 minutes is when we're expecting the next launch weather forecast to be issued. as teams take another evaluation of the availability for liftoff of this mission at 5:23 a.m. Eastern, 09:23 UTC. As we heard from SpaceX not too long ago, the Crew Dragon spacecraft up top of the Falcon 9 rocket and the Falcon 9 itself are both in good condition right now, not working any technical issues to speak of. And so weather remains the big question mark to see whether it's going to cooperate for this next launch opportunity. As SpaceX and the Polaris program are hoping to be able to launch this mission, they are also up against a timeline for when this pad, or for how long this pad is going to be available for this particular flight. Coming up next month is the Europa Clipper mission, which, per a briefing from NASA officials earlier, I guess now yesterday, the spacecraft is moving forward with its launch opportunity for a window that opens up on October 10th. SpaceX needs about 3 weeks to turn over the pad from a Falcon 9 to a Falcon Heavy configuration. And so there's not a whole lot of time left for SpaceX to be able to launch this Polaris Dawn mission between now and then, so certainly the crew and all of their support teams are hoping that they can find a good window of opportunity from a weather standpoint to move forward with this launch today, either at the next launch opportunity at 5:23 a.m. Eastern or at the third and final opportunity, 7:09, just a few minutes after sunrise here on Tuesday morning, September 10th. SpaceX is just coming out of a video package on some of the crew training, and then we should be getting a weather briefing, so we'll stand by for that and bring that to you once that becomes available, if they pipe out that audio. Now T-minus 1 hour, 27 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. Taking a look inside the Crew Dragon Resilience. The seats have been rotated back into launch position. It sounded initially like there was going to be a weather briefing at the T-minus 1 hour, 30-minute mark, but we haven't heard any updates on the weather since that was described. We are keeping our ears perked, though, and of course, as soon as a weather briefing begins, we'll be sure to bring that to you if the audio is being shared. Weather, or the rain seems to have dissipated at the pad, so we'll take all the little victories as they come here, and certainly that is a positive improvement. Although we'll see if the weather writ large is good enough to support a launch in less than an hour and a half.
Thanks, Atticus. T-minus 1 hour and 22 minutes, as you're just saying. Everything is kind of in abeyance for the moment. We're waiting to get more information on weather. You can see a view of Dragon spacecraft on top of Falcon 9 at Launch Complex 39A on Kennedy Space Center. Lights are on in the crew access arm, but it doesn't mean anybody is in the arm. And you can see there on the screen the crew. We rotated their seats back into the launch position at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes, just about 7 minutes ago. Currently, we're slowly moving up on T-minus 1 hour where things start to pick up.
Update.
And here comes the weather update.
Go, LB.
All weather rules just cleared about 30 seconds ago, so we have a green range for weather rules, and we'll have our SpaceX meteorologist fill you in for the next T0.
It's great to hear, and stay by.
And Dragon SpaceX weather officer here. We did violate a number of launch rules for that cumulus that popped up at that initial T0, so made a good call there from the whole team, SLD 45 and all. And we are tracking a much better POV for this next T0. The elbow is tracking a 35% chance of violation, and if everything holds as it currently looks for another 20-30 minutes, we should be able to step that POV down. But overall, looking good for this next launch attempt.
And copy that, weather officer. That's really great to know. 35% presently for POV, and should be stepping down in the next 20 minutes or so. Good to hear.
Okay, so they've told the crew that what we're just getting from the launch weather officer. The first launch attempt we had to hold as we got inside T-minus 45 minutes. A cell had popped up, and it looked like we were going to be no-go at T0, which would have scrubbed us for the morning. So instead, we held off before we began prop load into the Falcon 9. That preserved a second launch attempt coming up in just under 80 minutes from now. That T0 is planned for 9 hours, 23 minutes, 49 seconds universal time, or 5:23 and 49 seconds a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, just about an hour or so before dawn there in Cocoa Beach, Florida. So hopefully they'll get a good view if the weather continues to dissipate. As I mentioned, we had the crew rotate seats back into the launch position at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes. On the SpaceX Falcon 9 side, the launch chief engineer is going through a technical readiness poll, making sure that the Falcon team is ready to pick up the count as we get inside T-minus 1 hour. Also, amplify a little bit on the launch weather officer. It's always interesting. A probability of violation, or POV as they call it, of 35%. So that means essentially 1 chance in 3 of violating the weather constraints that we would have for a launch. It's interesting. An optimist would say it's a 60% probability of good weather. You know, I don't know why we do the probability of violation, but that's the history. It's been that for as long as I have known it. The big thing that is changing is that the weather was fairly chaotic over the last hour. It's very hard to model and predict as the boundary layer was coming ashore. What they're seeing right now in the weather radar is the boundary looks like it's dissipating. And as the Corps told the crew and the weather officer amplified, we ought to know more in about 20 minutes as we get down close to T-minus 1 hour, in which case the probability of violation may actually decrease, give us an even better chance. Still looking at a variety of things. The rain showers that we saw earlier on the camera lens, making sure that they've dissipated, that we don't fly through rain on the way up. We also want to make sure the big one is cumulus cloud rules. We don't want any thick, high-altitude clouds in the flight trajectory. And then, of course, continuing to watch the winds, but that looks to be pretty good. And if the rain dissipates and goes away, then the electric field intensity, which is currently green and go for launch, should also stay that way. So fingers crossed that the weather will continue to improve and we get a go here to continue through T-minus 1 hour and then prop load and take it the rest of the way on down. But right now, Kate, things are looking a little more optimistic than they were an hour or so ago.
Yeah.
So with the weather improving a bit, as we just heard, we're expected to hear another weather update in about 16 or so minutes at the T-minus 1 hour mark. We'll see if SpaceX feels like they're in a good position from a weather standpoint to proceed into the launch of the Polaris Dawn mission coming up at 5:23 a.m. Eastern. T-minus 1 hour, 14 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. As we are preparing for the next weather briefing at the T-minus 1 hour mark, want to throw to another piece of tape here. Part of the mission objectives for Polaris Dawn include, of course, the spacewalk, which we've talked a bit about, the flight into the Van Allen radiation belts, going higher than crews have since the end of the Apollo era, or the highest Earth orbit since the Gemini program. Another one of the demonstrations that they're going to be performing is using the Starlink internet service. And so as part of our conversation with Mission Commander Jared Isaacman, we talked a little bit about what that entails and the importance of demonstrating Starlink while in orbit during this flight. So let's listen in. This is Mission Commander for Polaris Dawn, Jared Isaacman, on the Starlink component of the Polaris Dawn mission.
I think the idea is to be able to test out an alternative, high bandwidth communication method beyond existing infrastructure of TDRS and ground stations. And I'll tell you that this is kind of one of the benefits of our mission taking 2+ years to get to this point. And you'd think a lot of it was the suit development, which it was, but a lot of it was the Starlink program as well. It has become more and more integrated into the vehicle. So initially, it was a very scrappy approach to test Starlink. The actual laser, the laser link is built into the trunk. So they went through all of the analysis associated with that to ensure it was safe throughout all phases of flight, including a launch abort. And then they've already, what's installed in our trunk is already obsolete in good SpaceX form. There's several other generations ahead of it. And it has been integrated into the avionics and systems of the vehicle so that at some point in time, you are able to use it as a primary method of communication for telemetry, commanding of the vehicle and such. So it's gone from what was, again, going to be a scrappy test to something that is in the direction of being a real platform for communication. And it's really important. I think some people at one point misinterpreted my Starlink solves this for the deep space network. But the truth of the matter is like there is only so much capacity on the TEDR satellites. Ground stations, there's not many of them. They're also in demand. And then if you can create a constellation, not just in low Earth orbit, but in lunar orbit as well, you can transmit very effectively over laser links. So it is a good step in that direction, not just for SpaceX, spaceships like Starship or Dragon, but for telescopes. Who knows how many different applications, and SpaceX is already moving in that direction of making available those laser links on Starlink to other providers. So it's really awesome just for all of commercial space.
And again, that was Mission Commander Jared Isaacman talking about the Starlink component of the Polaris Dawn mission. Currently T-minus 1 hour, 11 minutes, 2 seconds, and counting to the current T0 liftoff time of 5:23 a.m. Eastern, 09:23 UTC. We're just about 10 minutes away from the point of the next weather briefing to confirm that SpaceX is in a good position to continue stepping forward with that count. Take a look at our super wide camera view here from the press site looking out at Historic Launch Complex 39A. Unfortunately, the spotlights over at Pad 39B on the left-hand side of your frame have been shut off, so it's a little bit harder to see the clouds that may be hanging around the area here. But we're keeping a close eye, as SpaceX is, of course, on the weather outlook over the next hour and some change.
It's a low flow pressure system.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're following.
And just a quick update from the core to the crew. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink.
Currently T-minus 1 hour, 7 minutes, and counting. Taking a look at our live chat here. Question from Bob Freitz, which is a good one to address while we've got some time here, regarding the order of things for the spacewalk, which is said to happen on mission flight day 3. Bob asks, are they planning to spacewalk together or 2 at a time? Closer to the latter, but more so 1 at a time, and really just mission commander Jared Isaacman and mission specialist Sarah Gillis are going to be the only 2 who will have any part of their body exit the Dragon spacecraft using the hand and foot rails that are that make up the so-called Skywalker within the hatch. Both Anna Menon and Kid Poteet will remain inside the Dragon spacecraft throughout the spacewalk operation. However, because Dragon is the size Dragon is, there's not an airlock.
5 of 4.100. Report when you are go for launch.
And copy that, SpaceX. We're stepping into section 5, 4.100.
So because SpaceX doesn't have an airlock on its Dragon, they will bring the entire vehicle down to vacuum. And so, in a very real sense, all 4 of them will be essentially performing a spacewalk in a manner of speaking, but only
5, 4.100. Cruise go for launch.
All right, that is.
But as far as the record books and for consistency of recording spacewalkers, that distinction will likely just lie with Jared and Sarah. They will go through their pre-breathe and begin purging nitrogen from their bodies, though, over the course of the first 2 days in flight, and prepare for that spacewalk coming up on flight day 3. We're now T-minus 1 hour, 3 minutes, 55 seconds once again. SpaceX is just under 4 minutes away from the next weather briefing. Hopefully things are continuing to trend in a positive direction. And get a good launch of the Polaris Dawn mission coming up in just a little more than an hour from now. Once again, we are T-minus 1 hour 50 seconds and counting to the planned launch of the Polaris Dawn mission. As we cruise on into the final 1 hour mark, going to go ahead and do a soft reset for those who may just be joining for the first time in our broadcast. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of this historic first mission as part of the Polaris program, set to accomplish a number of goals for SpaceX and the Polaris program in general that include going further than astronauts have since the conclusion of the Apollo program, doing an on-orbit demonstration of the Starlink internet service, and demonstrating an on-orbit use of SpaceX's EVA, or extravehicular activity suits, during a spacewalk on flight day 3. We are now 1 hour out from liftoff. Will Robinson-Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now. We're listening in for the next weather briefing, which should be coming up momentarily, as weather has been the watch item throughout the course of tonight and certainly in the days leading up to this mission at the recovery zone. Recovery weather seems to have improved quite a bit. SpaceX commentators currently report that the range is green for weather. We are listening in for any further weather updates. SpaceX is about 15 minutes away from the pull on the start of propellant load. Taking a look inside the Dragon resilient spacecraft, you can see the 4 members of the Polaris Dawn mission sitting with their seats rotated into a launch configuration. From left to right, you have mission specialist Sarah Gillis on the left. Excuse me, Anna Menon on the left. To her left, our right, you have mission pilot Scott Kidd Poteet, then Jared Isaacman to the right, and finally mission specialist Sarah Gillis on the far right from our vantage point. Taking a look from the perspective of the white room, this is the outside of the Dragon Resilience. The hatch sealed there. Currently T-minus 58 minutes and counting. SpaceX reports that weather conditions are now 80% favorable for liftoff, certainly an improvement from what we were tracking during the first launch opportunity this morning at 3:38 a.m. SpaceX notes that they are continuing to keep an eye on the weather, of course, as the countdown continues. Let's listen for the weather briefing.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, we are currently go for launch. Updated probability of violation is 20%. So with that, we are going to be pressing towards T02. We'll keep you updated if any other weather comes through.
Hey, copy that, SpaceX.
So
Currently at T-minus 54 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. With the weather improving considerably, let's go ahead and revisit the countdown timeline once again and look ahead at the milestones that we are anticipating will take place over the course of the next hour as teams continue to track towards a liftoff, hopefully in 54 minutes and 29 seconds. SpaceX launch director is getting ready to take that poll for the start of prop load. It's coming up at T-minus 45 minutes, and if that go-ahead is given, the crew arm that is currently positioned near the Crew Dragon spacecraft, that will retract. And then a few minutes after that, the Dragon's launch escape system will be armed. Fueling begins at the T-minus 35-minute mark with a loading of RP-1, or a rocket-grade kerosene, on board the Falcon 9's first and second stages. At the same time, liquid oxygen is loaded on board the Falcon 9's first stage. T-minus 30 minutes, cryogenic helium is loaded on board the pressure vessels on the Falcon 9's first stage. The helium is used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. Same will be true on the Falcon 9's second stage at T-minus 26 minutes. 3 minutes after that, the second stage kerosene tank should be full. Then at T-minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds is the strong back chill down process beginning. That's the chilling of the feed lines up to the second stage, which manifests itself with the so-called big vent at about 20 minutes and 20 seconds before liftoff. T-minus 16 minutes is when that upper stage LOX load begins. And then, considering this is a crewed mission, the comms check with the Dragon crew will happen at about T-minus 10 minutes. Following that, the chill down of the 9 Merlin 1D engines gets underway about 7 minutes before liftoff. That involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps, and it helps protect the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. About 6 minutes before liftoff, the first stage kerosene tank should be full. T-minus 5 minutes, the Dragon will transition to internal power. About 4.5 minutes before liftoff, the strong back retract sequence begins. It starts with the clamp arms underneath the Crew Dragon spacecraft opening up, and then the transporter erector with a strong back will recline about 1.5 degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket. Stays in that position until liftoff, at which point it pulls back in a much more rapid fashion to clear the way for the vertical climb of the Falcon 9. About 3 minutes out, the first stage liquid oxygen tank is full. T-minus 2 minutes, second stage LOX tank is finished filling, at which point the Falcon 9 is fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. The final 60 seconds, the final pre-launch checks are done. Control of the countdown is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers. The propellant tanks are brought up to flight pressure. That'll manifest itself with a call that the Falcon 9 is in startup. 45 seconds out, the SpaceX launch director will verify their go for launch. The engine ignition command will be issued at T-minus 3 seconds. And if all 9 Merlin 1D engines are healthy and ignite, the command will be issued for the hold down clamps to release the Falcon 9 for a T0 liftoff. Coming up, T-minus 50 minutes, 50 seconds from now, at 5:23 a.m. Eastern, 09:23 UTC. Currently T-minus 50 minutes and counting. We're about 5 minutes away from the point in which the SpaceX launch director will make their call on the start of prop load. Taking a look at this picture from our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, this is what the weather looks like currently at the press site here at NASA Kennedy Space Center. Quite a difference from here to about an hour or so prior to that. This is what we were looking like from the last launch opportunity heading into that. So the weather has improved quite dramatically between then and now. Of course, SpaceX not just sitting idly by, they are continuing to monitor the weather as we proceed over the next 49 minutes. But the weather has been trending in a better direction, so it certainly suggests that a launch could be within grasp now. Just about 49 minutes. Appreciate the more than 5,500 of you who are joining with us live this morning. Thanks for either staying up late with us or getting up early. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button. Certainly appreciate that. Allows more folks to find their way into our live launch coverage. Speaking of our appreciation, I want to thank Psychonaut69 for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. And also want to welcome Phil Karn joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard, Phil. We're glad to have you with us, as well as to the person who was gifted membership by Psychonaut. Taking one last look back, this is the mission timeline for the Polaris Dawn flight once it heads up into orbit.
But you probably most care about what we will actually do on orbit. So we get to launch. We get into space in about 10 minutes. About an hour after getting there, we will start that pre-brief protocol that Sarah mentioned. We will soon thereafter raise to our peak apogee. And while we're there, we will be passing through the inner regions of Earth's Van Allen radiation belt. And that brings us to Flight Day 2. Flight Day 2, I will read the book I authored to my family as well as some of the brave patients of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And then we will lower to our cruise orbit. At that point, we will begin our spacewalk preparations. We will perform that mobility test. We will check out our spacesuits, and we will configure the cabin. Flight Day 3 is EVA day. We will wake up, have several hours of preparations, including final cargo configurations, ECLIS checkouts, and preparing biomedical monitoring devices for the spacewalk. We'll don our spacesuits, do a suit leak check, and then perform the EVA. This entire thing will be live streamed, so please join. Flight Day 4 is the Starlink demonstration day. So we will have some checkouts and then perform a series of demonstrations as a part of that test. You'll want to stay tuned for this. And then Flight Day 5 is our final full day on orbit. We will be wrapping up all of that research that I mentioned earlier. We do have research weaved in every single day of the mission, but this will be our last day to gather as much data as possible for the scientists back here on Earth. Then we will begin our reentry preparations, and that brings us to Flight Day 6. We will don our spacesuits, re-enter through Earth's atmosphere, and then splash down off the coast of Florida at one of SpaceX's 7 sites.
Operator shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
We've heard the instructions. We're waiting to hear them inform the crew that access arm retract has started. We're also watching on the monitors as we see the crew access arm, waiting for it to begin into motion. Now, once we get through this, then we will be arming the launch escape system, and there's a view.
Access arm retraction has started.
Crew access arm retraction has started. Once that's all the way back in the stowed position, we'll arm the launch escape system, proceed down to propellant load starting at T-minus 35 minutes. One other update, weather probability of violation, as we mentioned, down to 20%, and they just checked with the launch weather officer. Nothing appears to be in the area that would be a risk to T0 in just over 44 minutes.
Some good updates from SpaceX all around. You can see the crew access arm continues to retract. Now T-minus 43 minutes, 38 seconds and counting. We're coming up on the launch escape system being armed on the Dragon spacecraft itself. Confirmation of access arm retraction being complete.
Six, close visors and arm the launch escape system.
Copy that, SpaceX. We are stepping into Section 6. We're going to close visors and arm LES.
And there it is. They're getting ready to arm the launch escape system.
Now T-minus 42 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. Visors are down. Launch escape system is about to be armed within the next minute or so.
In Section 6.2, our visors are closed, and we are proceeding with arming LES.
SpaceX copies.
System is verified armed.
And with that, the launch escape system has been armed, as you just heard.
Closing out 4.100.
4.100, a reference to
SpaceX copies, closing 4.100.
That's a procedure the crew is running on their tablets. So with that, the launch escape system is now armed. Should something happen that requires Dragon to execute an emergency escape, if something were to happen to the Falcon 9 or the pad right now, the system is ready to go. There's another key reason. Once we got the crew access arm back, we went right into arming the launch escape system, because once that system is armed, should we need to have the crew leave but depart via the crew access arm, that arm took a minute or so to retract. It can actually come back into the support position much faster than that. So there's a high-speed mode, but that high-speed mode requires that we be in the armed configuration so that it'll be enabled. So if that was needed, the crew could then leave the hatch, go down the arm, and depending upon the direction, they can take the elevators. The elevators are currently at level 255. When the ground team left the pad, they send the elevators back up. So if the crew needs them, they're right there. And of course, we have the slide wire basket system on 39A is another way. So there's several ways if the crew had to leave. But the good news is, coming up 40 minutes before launch, everything continues to go well, technically, on Falcon 9 and Dragon, and it looks like the weather has begun to cooperate now.
So all good updates from SpaceX as we continue to track towards the launch of this Falcon rocket in 40 minutes and counting. with the go-ahead from the team to start prop load. Prop load is set to begin in now less than 5 minutes. Currently T-minus 37 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. Less than 3 minutes away from the start of prop load here on this Falcon 9 rocket. As we are awaiting the start of prop load here, let's go ahead and talk about where this Falcon is going to be flying once it leaves the pad. Let's talk a little trajectory, shall we?
Load in 5 seconds.
Yeah, we'll be hearing call-outs throughout the countdown up to the crew to let them know what's happening, both Falcon 9 and Dragon. And then we'll also hear call-outs on SM.
Yeah, and the core is keeping them updated so that they, there's going to be new sounds coming inside of the vehicle, and the core can keep them updated since they won't be able to see what's happening, but they might be able to hear it. So they'll be able to monitor, those familiar sounds or those expected sounds as the core is updating them with each milestone.
Once the Falcon 9 leaves the pad at Launch Complex 39A, Historic Launch Complex 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center, Falcon will be flying in a largely northeasterly trajectory.
We'll listen in now for the start of propellant loading.
We are...
The launch auto sequence has started.
And great.
And that call you just heard means that the fueling process has begun on the Falcon 9 rocket here at pad 39A. RP1 is loading now onto the Falcon 9's first and second stages, and liquid oxygen is being loaded on board the Falcon 9's first stage. This fueling process means that SpaceX is committing to a T0 liftoff at 5:23 a.m. Eastern, 09:23 UTC. So while there is technically one additional backup opportunity at 7:09 a.m., because they have begun prop load, they are locked into this current T0. Coming back to the trajectory that we were just talking about a second or so ago, the Falcon 9 rocket going to be flying in a largely northeasterly trajectory once it leaves the pad here at Launch Complex 39A. Following stage separation, the Falcon 9's first stage booster is going to be landing on the SpaceX drone ship called Just Read the Instructions. The other drone ship, a shortfall of Gravitas, is off for some dry dock refurbishment before it gets brought back into service. SpaceX will also, of course, bring this booster back into port once it lands on the drone ship, refurbish it, and turn it around for future flights. And actually, we've got a live view of the drone ship right here. Just read the instructions, waiting out in the Atlantic Ocean. About a couple 100 miles away from us here in Florida Space Coast, awaiting the booster B10, excuse me, B1083 to land. This will be SpaceX's fourth time flying this booster, having previously flown the Crew 8 mission. It also flew the Starlink 6-48 mission on April 10th of this year, followed by Starlink 6-56 on May 8th. You can see a little bit of venting there near the base of the first stage, a little bit of frost forming, I should say, as the super cold densified liquid oxygen is being loaded on board the Falcon 9's first stage. Just about a minute and a half away from cryogenic helium being loaded on board the pressure vessels on the Falcon 9's first stage. Again, that helium is used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. Taking a look at the live chat here. First off, I want to thank the more than 7,200 of you who are watching live. If you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button for us. Allow some more folks to find their way into our live launch coverage as we continue along here in the final 30 minutes of the count. Also want to welcome Terry Laughlin joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard, Terry. We're glad to have you with us. And we just heard that call out for helium loading beginning. Currently T-minus 27 minutes, 53 seconds and counting. Thanks to DeRuckus for a $5 super chat, encouraging us to have a sip of coffee as we're getting ready for the final 30 minutes of the count. And channel member Josh King marking 23 months as a member with us. Glad to have you with us, Josh. Says it's been a long night. Glad weather improved. Godspeed, Polaris Dawn. Yes, the Polaris Dawn mission consists of these 4 individuals getting ready to embark on a 5-day free-flying mission on board the Crew Dragon Resilience. From left to right, you have mission pilot Scott Kid Poteet, an Air Force veteran who spent more than 20 years in service. Avid athlete who's also an Ironman athlete and has done multiple marathons as well. In fact, training for his next Ironman while he's been in training for this mission coming up later this year. To his right is Anna Menon, a SpaceX employee and mission specialist for this mission. To her right from this perspective, you have Sarah Gillis, another SpaceX employee and mission specialist, and Jared Isaacman, the mission commander for Polaris Dawn. Digging a little more deeply into each of these individuals, Jared is a 41-year-old born in Union, New Jersey. He's currently the CEO and founder of Shift4 Payments. He's making his second flight to space after first commanding the first all-civilian astronaut mission with Inspiration 4 back in 2021. He also co-founded the largest private air force, which helps train pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces, and previously helped raise more than $240 million for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital through the Inspiration 4 mission, and now continuing on their support of St. Jude with the Polaris Dawn flight. Scott Kit Poteet, the mission pilot of Polaris Dawn. This 50-year-old was born in Chattanooga, Tennessee. As I mentioned, he has more than 20 years of service with the U.S. Air Force, retiring as a lieutenant colonel. He's amassed more than 3,200 flying hours across multiple aircraft and also notched more than 400 hours of combat time. He'll be making his first trip to space with this mission, as are other crew members like Sarah Gillis, serving as the mission specialist for this flight. 30 years old, born in Palo Alto, California. Sarah is a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX who helps oversee astronaut training. Before pivoting to a career in aerospace, she was trained as a classical violinist and got her degree at the University of Colorado in Boulder before making her way over to SpaceX. Some of the science that'll be performed with the Polaris Dawn mission is coming from her alma mater, so certainly a nice feather in her cap and a full circle moment, getting ready to support the research of some of her previous professors. Finally, Anna Menon, the other SpaceX employee, the other mission specialist flying aboard Polaris Dawn, 38 years old, born in Houston, Texas, and that was what lit the spark for her into a career in space exploration. From her time at SpaceX, she has served in mission control during the Demo 2, as well as the Cruise 1, 2, 3, and 4 missions, as well as the first commercial astronaut mission for Axiom Space, AX-1. Prior to her time at SpaceX, Anna worked for about 7 years with NASA as a biomedical flight controller, working alongside other folks with ISS operations. This will be Anna's first time heading up to space as well. Fun fact, her husband, Neil Menon, is also an astronaut. He's an astronaut with NASA who's awaiting his first flight assignment as a member of one of the more recent astronaut classes, the Flies. Currently T-minus 23 minutes, 2 seconds and counting. Just a few minutes away from the so-called big vent as they continue to or prepare to chill the feed lines prior to second stage liquid oxygen loading. Currently 5 o'clock here, just a hair after the hour here on the East Coast. So we're continuing to track the progress of the Polaris Dawn countdown to liftoff. Taking a look at the live chat here, I want to thank the one of our channel members, Rocket Prophet, for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Rocket. And to our newest 10 channel members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. If you haven't already, be sure to thank Rocket Prophet in the live chat. And we hope you stick around. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, that is shop.spaceflightnow.com. Access to member-only videos here on YouTube, and of course the ability to watch all of our launch liftoff moments here at the Cape in 4K. Taking a look at our live chat. Good question from one of our channel members, Bubba Ray, asking how long after liftoff will it be before they're ready for the spacewalk. Spacewalk is coming up on the 3rd day of the flight out of 5. Coming up on the so-called big vent, which is set to begin momentarily here. And there we go. SpaceX now currently thermally conditioning the feed lines at the pad as they prepare for second stage liquid oxygen load. Currently T-minus 18 minutes, 19 seconds and counting. Have a little less than 2 minutes remaining on this vent before that wraps up and we step into second stage liquid oxygen load, T-minus 16 minutes. as we are closing in on the now last 18 minutes left in this countdown. I want to thank the more than 8,800 of you who are joining with us live this morning. Appreciate you hanging in with us, either getting up early or staying up late. If you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button for us. Allow some more folks to find their way into this live coverage as we continue on through the count. Also want to thank SG for a $5 super chat. Appreciate that, SG. Good to see you this evening. And Bob Gartman, thanks to you for a very generous $20 super chat. We appreciate you supporting us at that level, Bob. Currently T-minus 16 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. The big vent has wrapped up, and we do hear the call that Stage 2 LOX load has begun. This is the last big fueling milestone that had not yet gotten underway, now in swing here at the pad at Launch Complex 39A. As SpaceX works to certify its first stage boosters for up to 40 flights. So far, the furthest it's gotten up to this point is booster B1062, which performed a 23rd launch and 22 successful landings. Of course, it came in for an unsuccessful landing on the drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas, not too long ago. This particular booster flying on your screen, this is tail number 1063, going for its 4th flight, so relatively young in the SpaceX fleet. Previously launched the Crew 8 mission earlier this year on March 4th with a touchdown at landing zone 1. It was followed up by a pair of Starlink missions. Those were Starlink 6-48 on April 10th, and then Starlink 6-56 on May 8th, 2024. So with this launch, 50% of its flights will be supporting astronaut missions. One, of course, to the International Space Station. The other, this free-flying Polaris Dawn flight. As we are getting ready to see the launch of this Falcon 9 rocket, let's go ahead and talk about the workhorse vehicle for SpaceX. Falcon 9 stands at 65 meters tall. Has a diameter of 3.66 meters, or 12 feet. We'll come back to the Falcon 9 in just a second, but let's go ahead and talk about the launch timeline for a moment. The nominal events that we're expecting once the Falcon 9 leaves the pad. At about 58 seconds after liftoff, the vehicle will pass through max Q, or the point of greatest aerodynamic stress on the vehicle. It's followed by a few events in fairly rapid succession. First will be first stage main engine cutoff for MECO, T plus 2 minutes and 38 seconds. That'll be followed by stage separation, the ignition of the second stage Merlin vacuum engine at T plus 2 minutes and 51 seconds. Several minutes after that, the first stage entry burn will begin at T plus 7 minutes and 39 seconds. That burn lasting about 22 seconds in total. The Merlin vacuum engine will cease firing for SECO 1 just before the 9-minute mark. The landing burn set to begin at T plus 9 minutes and 11 seconds into flight. Setting up for a touchdown on the drone ship, just read the instructions at T plus 9 minutes and 35 seconds. Dragon will
journey and go safely.
To our SpaceX family, thank you. Today is all of our mission. You are launching with us. So many more SpaceXers have gone into the stage. This is the dawn of a new future in space.
Coming up on T-minus 9 minutes and counting. Displays are configured for launch. We've heard from the crew. Core is giving them the ready to launch message. Now coming up here, as we launch, you're going to hear some call outs, possibly stage 1A or mode 1 alpha. These are abort modes that just let the crew know as we're flying what they should be prepared for in case they had to execute an emergency escape from the Falcon 9.
just need to finish the countdown real quick. Yeah. Oh, Adam's still futzing around with stuff anyway. Yep. At T plus 12 minutes, 16 seconds. It's when the Dragon will separate from the second stage and just close things out. T plus 12 minutes, 58 seconds is when the nose cone open sequence will begin. And the Polaris Dawn mission will be off to the races at that point. Now T minus 7 minutes, 48 seconds and counting, less than a minute away from the engine chill down sequence beginning.
Engine chill has started.
And with that call, they are thermally conditioning the Merlin engines at the base of the Falcon 9 rocket in preparation for ignition, now less than 7 minutes out. Propellant loading on the Falcon 9 rocket is beginning to wind down. Coming up in about 20 seconds, the first stage kerosene tank should be full. And we just heard stage 1 RP1 load is complete now. Coming up in about a minute and a half will be the strong back retract sequence. First, the clamp arms underneath the Crew Dragon spacecraft will open up, and then the transporter erector, or the strong back, will recline about 1.5 degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket. It'll stay in that position until liftoff. Dragon should be switching to internal power.
Tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
And good callouts from SpaceX. Getting ready for the strong back retract sequence. Hear the call off for the strong back retraction. Waiting to see those clamp arms opening up. There you see those clamp arms now releasing the Falcon 9 rocket just beneath the trunk section of the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Once those are fully open, the strong back will recline just a little bit away from the Falcon 9 rocket. SpaceX uses a load and go style of fueling, so that's why the fueling process concludes as close to T0 as possible, because they use a super cold densified liquid oxygen, so they are trying to keep it as cold as possible, which means finishing fueling as close to T0 as they're able. Coming upon the conclusion of first stage LOX load.
Loading.
Stage 1 LOX load complete.
Hear that good call out from SpaceX. Dragon is now on internal power. About 30 seconds away from second stage LOX load complete. You see some excitement between Kid and Mission Specialist Anna Menon.
And then as we get down inside the last minute 45 and then 1 minute, we'll get Dragon into countdown. Falcon 9 computers will go to startup. Waiting for the call out now for liquid oxygen.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
And there we go, LOX loading complete on second stage. All major propellant activities are complete.
And with that good call out, the Falcon 9 rocket is now fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. That venting you're seeing on the ground gas closeouts. Give the crew a heads up for some extra loud venting as we are seeing the ground gas closeouts now just a little more than a minute away from the launch of this first mission as part of the Polaris program, Polaris Dawn. now less than a minute.
FTS is armed, Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
Listen for the launch director to get their go for launch momentarily.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
And with that final go for launch, we are now just about 30 seconds away from Polaris Dawn taking flight.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Seconds. 15 seconds. And here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Entered ignition and liftoff of the Polaris Dawn mission on the Falcon 9 rocket. The Falcon 9 has cleared the tower. Smooth sailing to the crew of Polaris Dawn as they ascend above the skies over Florida. Falcon 9 now throttling down as we're heading towards max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. Falcon 9 now traveling faster than the speed of sound, a little more than a minute into flight. Passing through max Q now. Falcon 9 throttling up. Coming up on 3 events in fairly rapid succession here. We'll see first stage main engine cutoff, T plus 2 minutes 38 seconds into flight. That'll be followed by stage separation, and then second stage engine start, T plus 2 minutes 51 seconds to mission. SpaceX thermally conditioning the Merlin vacuum engine in preparation for its ignition. A little more than 2 minutes into this mission. Some great views from our tracking team here. Engines are throttling down. We're approaching MECO now about 10 seconds from now. There you see MECO. Stage separation. There you see those events from the SpaceX feed, and Merlin vacuum engine has ignited. You see the hypersonic grid fins being deployed on the Falcon 9's first stage. It's making its way down towards the drone ship. Just read the instructions, waiting for it in the Atlantic Ocean. Now a little more than 3 minutes into flight on this mission. So far, all moving nominally with this Falcon mission. Thumbs up from the crew as they're continuing on the first mission for Anna, Kid, and Sarah. The second time to space for Mission Commander Jared Isaacman. We're a little less than 4 minutes away from the first stage entry burn beginning. Nominal trajectory call out from SpaceX. Now 4 minutes into flight. You can see a little view of Florida up in the top left corner of the small box on the top right-hand corner of your screen. You can occasionally see little puffs in between the grid fins on the Falcon 9's first stage. Those are the cold gas thrusters as the Falcon booster orients itself towards the drone ship. Now less than 3 minutes to the start of that first stage entry burn. Dragon capsule still on a nominal trajectory supported by the Falcon 9's second stage. Mission specialists Menon and Sarah Gillis have spent years training multiple Dragon crews for these very moments, now getting the very valuable experience of flying aboard the spacecraft that they've spent so much time in a training sense, now getting that first-hand experience as SpaceX employees. Now less than 2 minutes to first stage entry burn beginning. Dragon still following a nominal trajectory per SpaceX. The Merlin vacuum engine on the Falcon 9's upper stage will continue its burn until just about the 9-minute mark, so the 4 members of Polaris Dawn have a little less than 3 minutes remaining before that burn concludes. There's just one second stage burn before the Dragon spacecraft separates at a little past the 12-minute mark into this flight. Following Dragon separation, the upper stage of the Falcon 9 rocket will be deorbited in order to prevent space debris from the second stage. Now, a little more than 7 minutes into flight, we are less than 30 seconds away from the entry burn beginning on the Falcon 9's first stage. That booster will use 3 of the Merlin engines to dramatically slow the vehicle down, so watch the speedometer on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Coming up.
On the
And right on time, you can see on your left-hand screen that the entry burn has begun. There's 3 engines lit on that first stage vehicle. And this is about a 29-second burn and helps slow the vehicle down as it's re-entering the Earth's atmosphere.
That entry burn has now wrapped up. We're coming upon second stage engine cutoff. Now less than a minute away. It's coming up at about T plus 8 minutes and 59 seconds. The landing burn will also be coming up pretty shortly after second stage engine cutoff. Also some call-outs as the Dragon passes by various abort zones. Just heard the call-out for Shannon, Ireland. Merlin vacuum engine is now shut down. We're coming upon the first stage landing burn beginning. There you see. Should see some views from the drone ship. Just read the instructions coming up on the right-hand side of your screen.
Copy that, SpaceX, and we show the scene.
And a lot of events happening right there, but you can see that the Stage 1 vehicle has touched down on Just Read the Instructions. A very excited crowd there here in Hawthorne. We've also confirmed MVAC engine shutdown and good orbital insertion of the second stage with the crew on board.
And a series of good events and callouts. You saw a brief view inside the Dragon trunk, a thumbs up, double thumbs up from mission pilot Kid Poteet. And you see now the 0G indicator has been released, as now Anna, Kid, and Sarah experiencing microgravity for the first time. It's a little hard to see exactly what that is, but it looks like a little dog in a spacesuit. The right-hand side of your screen showing the Dragon trunk on the inside. We're now just about a minute away from separation from the Dragon to the second stage. Good view of the Merlin vacuum engine there. Good view of the Earth down below. And back inside the Dragon trunk here. We're now just about 15 seconds away from Dragon separation. Let's listen for that call out.
I believe this view here is, yep, it's of the trunk. We can see it separating from the second stage. A gorgeous view.
And jubilation in Hawthorne, California, and some extraordinary views of Earth below as Crew Dragon Resilience now flying free. Coming up on the nose cone open sequence beginning in just a few seconds from now.
Today you embark on a journey not just for yourselves, but for all of humanity. Each of you has trained tirelessly and prepared rigorously for this moment, the moment where we reach higher into space than ever before. As you gaze towards the North Star, remember that your courage lights the path for future explorers. We trust in your skills, your bravery, and your teamwork to carry out the mission that lies ahead. Know that the entire team back here is with you every step, watching, supporting, and cheering you on as you walk into space. We are sending you hugs from the ground. Godspeed, Polaris Dawn crew. May you make history and come home safely. Now words from our CE.
Dragon, CE, welcome to orbit. The Falcon team is honored to have helped you start your incredible journey. We hope you enjoyed the ride. The whole SpaceX family is looking up to you. Godspeed and good luck.
LD, message received. We appreciate the kind words. We wouldn't be on this journey without all 14,000 of you back at SpaceX and everyone else cheering us on. We appreciate it, and we're going to get to work now.
Some really nice words there from our tonight's launch director, Frank Messina, who, fun fact, was also the launch director on Inspiration 4, as well as chief engineer for this mission, Jared Metter. Really nice to see some endearing, or hear some endearing words up to the crew.
Well, and with that, the Polaris Dawn crew, they're now in orbit. T plus 15 minutes, and they are scheduled to spend up to the next 5 days in space. We heard that tone for a minute. We thought we might hear from the crew, but they're going to spend the next 5 days in space before splashing down off the coast of Florida.
The Polaris Dawn crew is the Polaris Dawn mission is the first mission in the Polaris program that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in a flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board. All of this while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. You can learn more about the Polaris Dawn program and the Polaris program at polarisprogram.com.
This mission will fly higher than any Dragon mission to date, attempting to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 half a century ago. And there it looks like we can see some nose cone separation action happening. Now, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to test the Starlink laser-based communications in space.
Over the course of the mission, we'll be checking in periodically with the crew. Next up, Dragon will initiate a 2-day pre-breathe process to prepare the crew for their upcoming spacewalk, and that'll be this Thursday, September 12th.
Dragon SpaceX nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts, and nose cone open is in progress.
Copy that, SpaceX. We are tracking.
And again, that's Thursday, September 12th for that spacewalk, so please be sure to tune in for our live coverage of this historic milestone.
And of course, we will also be back to bring you live coverage of Splashdown when the crew returns back to Earth. You can stay on top of any potential live events from the crew by following us on X at SpaceX.
And keep tabs on.
And with that, we are going to go ahead and wind down our live coverage of the historic beginning of the Polaris Dawn mission, now that the Dragon capsule is on orbit, beginning its flight. And it's going to be a busy time for the crew with a lot of goals on ahead of them. As we get ready to close out our live coverage, I want to thank a few folks for their support this early morning and throughout the night. Ian James with a $2 super chat before liftoff saying, oi, 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 let's roll. Patty Chichil with a $2 super chat, wishing Godspeed to Polaris Dawn. Rocket Prophet with a very generous $20 super chat. Appreciate that, Rocket Prophet, saying, go Polaris Dawn. The future depends on missions like this. The Russian Floof Cat with a $2 super chat, one of our wonderful channel members, saying, to bold to go, no man has gone before, or at least hasn't gone in some time. Siggy Smalls with a $2 Australian super chat. Appreciate that support. Patty Chichil with another $2 super chat saying, beautiful coverage. Thank you, Spaceflight Now. Well, thank you, Patty, for supporting what we do here. Thanks to Alexander Vujanov for a couple of super chats there in support of Polaris Dawn. Appreciate that. Before we hit the mission stats as they currently stand with a good liftoff of this Falcon rocket. Let's look back on a quick replay from our launch team's coverage of the Polaris Dawn mission as it took flight at 5:23 a.m. Eastern. 0923 UTC. Falcon 9 leapt off the pad from Launch Complex 39A, beginning the 14th crew mission for SpaceX to date. SpaceX has previously launched the Demo 2 mission as well as Crews 1 through 8 for NASA. 3 missions for Axiom Space. The first time Jared Isaacman went to orbit on Inspiration 4, and now, as you're seeing here on this replay, the launch of Polaris Dawn as it cruised through the clouds here above Florida's Space Coast. A little bit of a tricky track at times, but our Adam Bernstein persistent as Falcon made its way through the cloud layer. Fortunately, not thick enough to prevent a liftoff this morning, as this historic mission now well underway. Looking forward to the first non-governmental spacewalk coming up this Thursday. Certainly a milestone to behold. And with that good liftoff, and we saw the landing on the other side, let's go ahead and talk about the mission stats as they currently stand. This was the 4th flight of Falcon 9 booster 1083 in the SpaceX fleet that marked the 372nd Falcon 9 launch to date. This was SpaceX's 87th Falcon 9 launch of 2024. The 315th Falcon booster reflight, or the launch of a booster that has flown at least once. This was SpaceX's 90th launch of the year, including a Falcon Heavy launch in June of this year and 2 launches of its Starship rocket from southern Texas. This was the 120th orbital launch within the last 365 days, the 89th launch from SpaceX from Pad 39A, and the 182nd overall orbital launch from that historic pad. Here's where SpaceX stands on the bar chart here, getting close to catching and surpassing the total number of launches that they had in all of 2023. Moving on to some Dragon/Astronaut stats. This was the 3rd mission for this particular Crew Dragon spacecraft. Tail number C207, named officially Resilience by first crew to fly aboard it. That was the Crew 1 cadre. This was SpaceX's 14th mission launching a Crew Dragon spacecraft. It's the 24th overall mission for a 2nd generation spacecraft, so between the Crew Dragon and the Cargo Dragon spacecraft. As far as free-flying commercial Dragon flights that did not head to the International Space Station, this was the 7th unique individual that SpaceX has flown. Jared Isaacman has flown twice aboard both the Inspiration 4 and now Polaris Dawn missions. And he has had a handful of crewmates on each other flight. SpaceX has flown now 8 people on these free-flying commercial Dragon missions. 52 unique individuals have flown aboard Crew Dragon in its history so far. SpaceX has flown a total of 54 people on all of its flights. Moving on to some recovery stats. This was the 92nd landing of a booster on the drone ship. Just read the instructions. This was SpaceX's 272nd drone ship landing to date and the 364th overall booster landing for SpaceX. Finally, some industry stats. This was the 63rd orbital launch from Florida this year, the 94th from U.S. soil, the 103rd from a U.S. rocket company, and this was the 165th orbital launch from around the world. With 6 orbital launch failures, we have this as our pie chart here. The U.S. still holding 62% of the pie. China, with its 41 launches, has a quarter of it. Russia, about to notch its 10th flight of the year coming up tomorrow. That is the launch of 2 cosmonauts and NASA astronaut Don Pettit on board the MS-26 mission. European Space Agency has launched 1 Ariane 6, 1 Vega rocket this year for a total of 2 flights. India has launched 3 missions, Japan 4, Iran with 2, and North Korea with 1 mission so far. With that, we're going to go ahead and close things out. Want to thank the folks that helped make this live coverage possible for the past, what has it been, 6 hours and counting? Something like that. Our thanks to Callistia Lee, and I believe Astro Jen was also with us this evening. The moderator duties, appreciate both of you. Our thanks as well to our friends Pete Carson's with Max Q Productions, Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images for providing tracking assistance. Our thanks to our launch photographer and expert tracker, Adam Bernstein. You can follow him and our other launch photographer, Michael Kane, on X, formerly Twitter. Adam's at ABurnNYC, Michael at MD Kane Jr. You can also find Spaceflight Now simply at Spaceflight Now. Thanks to all of our wonderful channel members here on YouTube for their support, including Nelson Reyes hitting it at the buzzer with a very generous $20 super chat, saying thanks Spaceflight Now. Thank you, Nelson, for your ongoing and very generous support of what we do here at Spaceflight Now. Our thanks to our editor, Stephen Young, for running the technical operations of the broadcast, and most of all, thanks to you for wherever you're watching from. If you happen to just come in at the tail end, or if you were here for our in excess of 6 hours of live launch coverage, your presence and support help make this possible, and you can help us out on your way out of the digital door just by hitting the like button, and subscribing to Spaceflight Now if you haven't already. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson-Smith. Be sure to head over to our website, spaceflightnow.com, for updates on our coverage of the duration of the Polaris Dawn mission and other upcoming live launch opportunities. And folks, we will see you next time. And until then, bye-bye.